posso fazer as seleções aqui?
Só um minuto. Faz.
Chegou o homem.
Ó, tem som ligado aqui, ó. Tá dando reverberando aqui alguma coisa.
Sempre começa com essa.
Só um minuto, senhor.
Desliga. Chegou o homem.
Eu esqueci de deixar na casa de você. Deixa eu carregar. Acabar.
way. Old faces, old friends, but here we make also new friends.
Eu acabei de chegar, eu já vejo alguns rostos familiares, alguns amigos antigos, novos amigos que faremos, e eu estou muito lindo.
10 years ago, there were a few of us that got together in Colombia, and we had this little dream that the Americas, the whole region, was going to grow and be great in the sport.
10 anos atrás, tivemos uma reunião na Colômbia, e na época tínhamos um sonho de promover o snooker nas Américas.
And this man here is one that has taken that dream and taken it to this level, world class.
E esse cara aqui, o Rolim, abraçou esse sonho e está criando um padrão em nível mundial para snooker aqui no Brasil e nas Américas.
We watch the media day in, day out. We follow the television, viewing figures, social media, we see everything. And as we study it, we see this region going bigger every year. More people watching, more people interested, more people playing. And of course, we've got great players in this region. Players like Igor Figueroa, our old friend from the World Snooker Tour, Carlos Santos, my old friend Charlie Brown over there. 1989, we played together in the World Junior Championship.
Nós acompanhamos absolutamente todas as postagens em redes sociais. Nós vemos um aumento na audiência, nas transmissões e nas postagens. Temos aqui alguns amigos, o Igor, que é um profissional que se destaca, destacou já no Meitu, o Ítalo também, o Charlie Brown, que é um amigo, jogaram no Mundial Júnior, um contra o outro, em 1999. Foi bom estar aqui.
And we haven't changed a bit.
Mudamos um pouquinho, nós não mudamos nada, né, desde então.
But really, honestly, just to say, it is a real honour to be here today to be able to open what is the Pan American Snooker Championship. This event is significant and it's important. It's the biggest event in the region, and it's the pathway to a career and a success in this sport for players in this region. We cannot expect players to keep travelling to England. We have to reach out and we have to have local activity. And that activity is what these gentlemen and the team here is delivering. And I can't thank you enough for the work you've done. Ajaya, the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association is here to stay. It's getting stronger. Look at this room. You must be very proud. Thank you.
Mais uma vez, abrir esse campeonato, ter esse evento aqui nas Américas é extremamente importante para o esporte. Nós não podemos esperar que haja um campeonato só na Inglaterra, que todos viajem lá para jogar um campeonato. Então, ter um Pan-Americano aqui é muito importante. Ele agradece novamente. Fala com a Geia, você deve estar muito orgulhoso de tudo isso aqui.
So look, without listening to me, it's all about the snooker now and the team here that are going to put out the streams, the media and everything else. Thank you for having us here. And may I take the honour of declaring the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association and the Snooker Championship. I declare that event open.
Dou parabéns para todo o time, todo o staff aqui da organização e declaro aberto, tenho o prazer de declarar aberto o Campeonato Pan-Americano do Snooker.
Quero agradecer realmente a sua presença, é importantíssimo para todos nós. Agradecer mais uma vez ao Jay, Cris, pela presença. E realmente um grande passo foi dado. E vamos em frente. Vamos em frente que o homem está aqui. Valeu.
Jason, it's a real privilege to have you here. Huge step has been made for us. We are working hard, and it's really good to have you here. You will present a jail. Ok, vamos aos jogos.
Emotions are running high there, definitely. Great president down here at the CBBS.
Scene here. I'm sure Jason still welcome everybody. It's great to be excited of what's going on in this region. Stresses that can't be written down. It needs to be hope you enjoyed that little introduction, and we're going to get everything set up and get into our first match of the day, which will be Exchange Power of Canada going against Gabriel Callis of Brazil. So stand by, we should start in minutes now.
Mas eles são grandes, pode ser. Eu acho que ainda agora. Não tem, que chama. Tira pra mim, por favor.
Yeah. Now, zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. Okay. Isaac, yeah, just tilt down a bit. Good. And tilt down. Down. One more? We're done. Tilt down a bit more. Here? Cool. Now you just need the sponsors. What? Your overlay sponsors. Just your sponsors.
With the Kian.
Sorry? Yeah.
Can turn off the sound? The sound's on. Yeah. No. The mic. It should be on.
Good morning, everybody. We are live here at the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship here at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club in Rio, Brazil. It's day 2 of the Open Championship. Lots of moving and shaking, lots of round-robin matches to jump through. Obviously, the big man is in the house. Jason Ferguson, the WPBSA, has come in. A lot of people getting some photos. And we'll be getting into our match very soon once the pictures are taken. Yes, it's have to adjust our camera there a little bit so we don't look a little Dutch for you. We look proper angled. It's David Burney in the booth. Happy that you're all tuning in wherever you find us. Please let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, it'd be great to hear from you. It's going to be an exciting match. We've got the Canadian James Power taking on the local Brazilian Gabriel Callas. And our referee in charge is referee Alvedo. He's setting everything up. And just for you players, people at home, James Power's points will be on top of that scoreboard that's on top of the screen. And Gabriel will be on the bottom. A lot of moving shaking. Hopefully you were able to take a look at that opening announcement as Jason Ferguson was welcoming everybody to the tournament. Really appreciated the great work that everyone's doing down here in Brazil. Our president of the CBBS, Pedro, almost brought to tears with emotion of joy and happiness as all his hard work is really paying off and getting recognized in the game. So, live action should be, here we go. Handshakes are had, and we are getting underway here. James Power to break off, and we're underway. So, now definitely the room is a-buzzing. It was a great speech by Jason, actually really acknowledging that this is a global game and that for snooker to grow, we need these parts of the world to be inspired and bring things going. So he was very happy that obviously snooker has been for a long time very Britain-centric, and now things are expanding as he was impressed by the caliber of players, the amount of players, just the environment that is down here in Brazil. And we got to meet an old friend, actually, Charlie Brown from Canada, and Jason Ferguson played in the under-21s way back in 1989. So I'm pretty sure myself coming down here, meeting some new Brazilian friends, you got friends for life. Definitely James and Gabriel right now. Lovely mates off the table, but when we get into it, they're bitter enemies. We'll see who can get into it first. See if Gabriel takes this red into the right middle. No, just looking to put his cue ball onto the top cushion nice and tightly there. These are best of 3 round robin matches. Guess the round robin will conclude tomorrow early in the morning. Probably the last batch of matches are noon Brazilian time, and then we'll jump into the round of 16. Climaxing with the quarterfinals, and then comes Sunday, Championship Sunday, the semifinal, and the final to see who gets that 2-year card on the pro circuit. So it's going to start to get a little nervy, a little tense. Every shot of paramount importance. Might have been the first trick miss there, but hopefully everyone can kind of start to settle. Obviously, there was a huge buzz as these Brazilians were just truly honored with Jason Ferguson coming down. His presence, as they know what he has done with the world game. They just felt so honored, very proud, all these Brazilians. And I must admit, they are just lovely people. All the people I've met here just made us feel at home, all of us that have traveled near and far. But it's down to the business here. James has got the first red in. Let's see what he can make of it. James, who hails from the Toronto area. I'm pretty sure he's got his wife and daughter, and he's got twin boys, actually, that newly came along. I'm pretty sure they're all glued to their TV sets or computer monitors, wishing Dad would do best. Yeah, James actually originally is from Ireland, so being Irish, you know this game of snooker is a little bit in his blood. But hopefully someday we can call upon their... We've got a 13-year-old actually in the tournament, and maybe someday we can go, oh, he's Brazilian, he's got snooker in his blood. Yes, North American players, you know, old habits die hard, that's for sure, as they're usually familiar with these crossed or crown rests that can come out from time to time, but usually they're at both ends of the table, so you'll see a lot more that are North Americans think that that rest is there, but unfortunately that's sometimes where the spider is. And just a little tricky using the rest there. There's an opportunity of that red that was just below the 5 in the middle of the table. So I don't think there's a pathway. I was talking to Jason Williams last night after his match. If you were turned into the broadcast, it was an edgy second frame that he was in. It's going back and forth, and he had potted a green, and I told him, like, well, what I saw on the stream on the television screen, it looked like he was just going to take on the brown off the bulk cushion and roll up behind the black. And talking to him, he's like, oh no, there's no doubt the brown was an easy cut for him. But this goes to show that these camera angles can be a bit tricky. So we do our best to think where the player is going, but obviously we're not inside their head and not knowing their abilities, as the range of talent is immense in this tournament. Obviously, Igor Figueiredo is a very impressive player, but I have been impressed by the 13-year-old. Just heard that he won his second match yesterday, so that's great to see. The future of Brazilian snooker looks promising. Yeah, as we've seen, this probably is playing the toughest table.
There hasn't been a lot of high runs. There's been a few half centuries, but we've yet to see a ton here. There have been tons in the seniors event, and I believe there has been a few already in the Open Championship. The senior championship came to a conclusion on Wednesday, with Igor booking his ticket to Sheffield, England this May to participate in the World Seniors Championship. The only player to win the, shall we say, the double dip. We'll leave it to maybe the chat if anyone can come up with a different kind of slogan for that. But Igor won this first event back in 2019 in Houston. He got a spot into the World Championships and got a 2-year card. And believe me, he's a sight to see. And quite a presence too. I'm not sure which is taller, either the Sugarloaf Mountain just right near to us or Igor, both tall in stature. As well, having breakfast with James, he knows that he's wasn't really successful yesterday, so he's really got to dig in today. He's got to win, I think, both of his matches by a scoreline of 2-0, and I think he needs some help if he wants to get into the round of 16, and that's a great red. Wow. Always so tough with these best of threes. You know, you can't really get into it. Taking your chances, it's a bit risky because if you are to miss, your opponent might really get in and produce the goods, because trailing one frame in a best of three, you lose another one and you're going to lose the match. Got a thin cut on this red into the right middle. Looks pretty thin by our angles. It's got to negotiate the cushion there. It's going to make it a bit tougher. Yeah, you can find the stream and all the results. Actually, if you go on CBBS's Instagram page, hopefully someone from the CBBS as well can just put the link on our chat. If you head over there, click on that link in their bio, it'll open up a page and you'll have links to all 3 streams. As we have 2 streams, 2 matches in Portuguese commentary. I'm providing the English commentary for all you lovely people. As well, there's another tab you can click on and you can see all the results as they happen from the open side there. As well, if you wanted to click back and see how everything worked out on the senior side, it's available to you. So great red there by James. He's opened things up too. Well, he's just not on an easy red to come back down table. And if you're on the chat, if you have any comments or questions, feel free to reach out to us. We'll do the best that we can. And let us know where you're tuning in from. This great game of snooker is played in over 100 countries. So it'll be wonderful to hear where you're tuning in from. This week we've been down in the lovely city of Rio de Janeiro at the Rio Yacht Club. Marvelous facility. One of the first words that actually Jason, that's a very nice plant there by Gabriel. Good spot. And he's on the brown, but he's going to have to, I think, come off a deep bulk cushion. Maybe just rushed it just a little bit. But just going back to the point is, Jason arrived in the lobby and I was just near there. I just overheard that Jason was really appreciative of the facilities here. I think everybody is. It really is like a professional feeling environment. You know, the snooker room and the tables are all isolated by itself in an area of the yacht club. There's also another little snooker club that players can go to, have a few games, practice. There's also a little practice room with one of these JOCARI tables. In fact, all the Brazilian tables are JOCARIs, as that's the make that's produces these wonderful tables that the players are playing on. And a beautiful dining room, a good place to get something to eat. Lots of boats and pools and tennis courts. It's very definitely spoiled down here. Looking at his favorite shot there. And I just needed just a few too many cups of coffee at breakfast, Sir James there. Just a little jittery, but I think everyone with having a good friend Jason Ferguson in the house, there was definitely a buzz in the room. You could definitely feel it. Feels like we're now kind of settling back into the matches. Everyone's able to focus on the task at hand. And James is asking our referee, Alvedo, to clean the cue ball. I think some of us from North America have nicknamed Alvedo the Brazilian Kenny Rogers. So I'll have to talk to Alvedo, see if he can sing a little bit. Maybe there might be a little karaoke happening at the end of this tournament. And then we do that at the Women's U.S. Open at Ox Billiards in Seattle. That's always a good, fun event when the tournament's on. And obviously when the tournament finishes, we all have a good time singing our hearts out. That to pull up a little bit, just have an angle to come off the black and come down table. As the brown's a great spot for him to come back down. Obviously black worth a high 7 points, and definitely that's what players want to dance around, so they really can score heavily with that black. The tough part with that black is obviously James really need to do some work with his cue ball to get back down table. And definitely wanting to get the black back. I think his spot probably is covered by those reds. However, if it was to go down, it probably would pop up on the pink spot, as it looks like that's available. But doesn't look like no harm, no foul there for the Canadian. And he's kind of, with that miss, the black is now closer at least to the business end of the table. So it is an option. He's eyeing this thin cut into the corner pocket. That was definitely dangerous. He might be fortunate. Wow, what a kiss off the green. Got a little lucky there. Raises a hand, apologize. And didn't fluke that shot that Gabriel has snookered on this rather elementary red, so he's got to be mindful of this now. He might be able to slide down off a cushion. Got to watch out for that in off. Good shot played there. Acknowledged by a tap of the cue on his table by his opponent. Always great sportsmanship in this game. A real honor amongst players. Down quite a lot. And just James thinking he's going to do some awkward cueing there, but thought differently of it. Don't want to be off balance. Forces you to have a shaky bridge and backhand. Asking the referee for the extension for the rest. Actually, he's waving off the referee. Should be all right. Take this black in, draw back a little bit. For that red just to the left of the black. Increase his lead. So is this an opportunity here for James to score heavily? Just waiting for the adjacent table to do their work. It is pretty nicely spaced, but there are those few moments where players are just at the same position. What if he's just a bit straight on this green? just didn't have the angle to come back down table and that red that's open on the left just below the one by the middle pocket, just a cross double, just get that cue ball. Just a little short of pace. But I don't know if that red passes the blue. It didn't, as you can see. So there almost would be a shot to nothing on that red, but the blue is just out there. It might just hinder James to come back to the bulk area. Wow, found the gap. Very nicely done. Some players have been saying, and we've seen on this telecast, that those corner pockets are definitely tough, but rattled and found the bottom. Nice little roll up here. All the referees are equipped with these little markers to mark the cue ball. They're all amateur refs here, which is just here for the love of the game. Really inspiring, actually. I must admit, the team at CBBS is phenomenal. We have 6 tables in here. We've had referees on all tables, all tournament long. So it's just great to see, and a cracking team behind the scenes, just keeping the tournament flowing, updating the stats for the web page. Just go. You can see our referee has put it back precisely. Good hit there. And, sacrificed many penalty points, but he has left a red onto the top right corner, the red that's closest to his cue ball. Look like that red is tight to the top cushion. So definitely the theory. Just letting you know that there's a player on the other table. James was seriously focused on his shot. Didn't want them to bump into each other. So James got to regroup, take a couple deep breaths, focus, load the bullet in the gun, and get ready to shoot. Yeah, to get on the black, he definitely needed some pace. He couldn't just trickle that in. The unfortunate part is it just rattled the jaws and spat out into a rather favorable potting position for Gabriel. Gabriel wants to come a bit higher on that black. A little blind cut's going to disturb. just coming around to take a look at the score. Leading by 26, 51 on. There's the link to all 3 streams and the tournament sheet where you can see all the scores. Thank you, good friends at CBBS. You can click on that link to get all the information about this great tournament. We do have in the round robin stage, if they get to the colors, more than 4 snookers are needed for a frame win. It's a concession. But when it is in a foul and a miss situation, it is unlimited putbacks until we reach the snookers required stage. We didn't get the cover there, so long red for James, and he's definitely looking to potting angle, seeing where he needs to hit the cue ball. Sometimes some people use the ghost ball technique of just envisioning where a ball would be that would put the angle to knock in the object ball. Sometimes you just get so engrossed in the shot, don't even realize that potentially an in-off could happen. So obviously with any foul in snooker, your recipient of the 4 points does have the option of playing on or putting his opponent back in. Gabriel electing to play on, which you'll see most often than not. There are some interesting times where they don't feel that they can take the advantage, so they'll put their opponent back in. Wow, great pot there. I thought almost he might take it into the side, a little less traveling for the object ball, but James is feeling these corner pockets, that's for sure. He's rattling around in those jaws, but definitely getting his object ball to drop. Tried to get behind the brown, just couldn't. But definitely left a long shot for Gabriel. He's going to take this on. Oh. Wonderful shot right there. Just have a thin layer of paint that he can hit on this red. Might have swerve it just a little around the brown. chance to get behind that brown. Fortunate enough, it was a thin cannon into that pink. If he had knocked it into it solidly, definitely would have been leaving a red on. Not the case here. Oh. The blue might have come to his rescue for Gabriel. Yeah, just the shake of the head. James is refusing it. I think if it was on, he'd definitely be eyeing it up as much as it's a thin cut. But not there. So we're turning to bulk. Oh, went the other way. Yeah, you got to be both technical and creative in this game. Millimeters away from getting behind that brown, but it's still going to be a nuisance for Gabriel. A little safety exchange here, and that's a good looking shot there. Oh, was fortunate right there. Wait on his cue ball. Want our referee Alvedo to come in to just mark the cue ball, as James is in a snooker. The high caliber of these players, it's one thing, very nicely done, getting it out of a snooker and putting his opponent in a snooker. Yeah, it's with this level of players, it's one thing obviously getting out of the snooker, but you want to be important that you're not leaving an easy red on, because then you could be sitting for quite a while. with a lot of pace to draw it back. Obviously, if he rolled it in and was to miss, that red could have been open. That was right to the pink, or right to the black. Oh, we've been kind of stuck on these last two reds. This might take one really good shot by Gabriel to get this frame going for him. If James is able to take a red in color, he can really get closer to punching his mark on this frame. Such a difficult game. I always wonder with some amateurs. Obviously, there's some players in this tournament you can't just open up the reds or really go for a lot more of your shots. But once you start getting in a frame, unless, you know, oh, where's this white going? But sometimes I wonder if some of these players, you know, when you've gotten a few frame or a little bit of free ball has been awarded. When you get in these frames, just you know, sizing up your opponent, and maybe they're struggling a little bit. Maybe just opening it up, going for a few more shots, or opening up the reds, because it definitely can get a little nerve-wracking, especially when you're in the unknown. You know, obviously some of these players have strong breaks in practice, and they're not as strong in match play. And just when you're, you know, when you're getting near your high match play break, it kind of can get a little bit nervy, and some of these players haven't had even a half century of 50 points in a match. And when you get close to making that high break, it gets nervy. So, I don't know, a philosophy, a thought. I've been proven wrong many times in the booth. Obviously, it's easier to make shots in the commentary booth as opposed to being on the table. Lots of pressure when you're playing in the Pan American Open Snooker Championship 2023 with definitely the prize there of playing on the Pro Tour. A tournament that can definitely change someone's life. As that's where Ahmad Ali is, who won this tournament last year in Toronto at the Corner Bank. Great facility run by John White and Jim Weich. Just a little lapse of concentration, and James popped up, and now he's left a free ball as well. James didn't realize that that pink was his free ball, so that acts as the red, and then he would be on the color. But getting that red off the table might help out his cause a little bit. So there is 24 in it, and there's 35 points on the table, so I think it was a lapse in concentration. He didn't really know, forgot what he was doing there, but you know, he might be okay. So we'll see how that plays out. Just going back to that great tournament in Toronto last year, I pretty much, if you turned into the commentary, I hope you couldn't hear me pinching myself because it was a thrill to do a frame with the great Jim Weich. Oh man, that's done a lot of commentary work in North America. Pretty much, I believe, is the voice of the Mosconi Cup. Yeah, Jim's a pretty solid gold. And great ambassador of the game of snooker. Has some great war stories of when he played over on the Pro Tour in England. If you're ever in the room, just you know, grab a cool drink and just sit and listen as the stories of what they got up to over there way back in the late 70s, early 80s. Just lots of fun. That's kind of a missed trick there by Gabriel. Missed safety opportunity for James as he opened the door against for Gabriel. Ooh. Gabriel, you gotta pounce on those chances when they're given to you. James is a pretty good player. He's not gonna let you off easy. Players struggling a little bit to put this red into the middle pocket. So Gabriel not going to risk it this time. Looking just to put the red safe. Not going to try that middle pocket. It seems to be a cap on that jar. Not letting anything get inside. Like the idea for James. He's been having some luck with these corner pockets. Gabriel's got to be mindful of the brown. Referee Alvedo taking a good look. And here we go. It's down to the colors. Nothing really safe. Yellow's in a tricky spot, but after Gabriel either decides to take on a color or roll up safe. Nicely done there. So 19 the difference and 27 on. Good contact. Just the unfortunate part. Just left that yellow open. Oh, he was walking to the brown. The engine was running. Just that green was a fuse, so big opportunity here for James to extend his lead and take this first frame. Definitely was a blown chance there by Gabriel. Looks pretty calm in his chair over there, but I'm pretty sure he's fuming between the ears. Frame ball here for James. Well, 24 in it, 18 on the table. I'm pretty sure Gabriel will be coming back to the table. So all James wants to do is just float that blue over a pocket. Ooh. Oh, double whammy right there. And just flicks the pink there. There's a concession there. So James Power takes this first frame. And got a potential 2 more frames. Obviously James just like 1 more, but we'll see how Gabriel rebounds. And frame 2 will be coming up shortly. We'll see you then, everybody. And we're back in frame 2, about to begin with Gabriel Callis breaking off. James Power, the Canadian, was leading that whole first frame. had a little lapse on a free ball instance, but has turned things around. He didn't get punished too heavily for it. Good break-off shot here by Gabriel. Let's see if James can continue with the forceful play and get a match win to the good. Great long pot there. Always feels great to knock in a long red off if he wished he was on a better color. Just need to roll a few more inches. Gabriel would have been in paradise. It would have been tight to that green, which is this red on the left side of the table, and the open is sticking out. We've got a couple Canadians in action right now. We've got a lot of North American viewers into the English commentary. They're enjoying their fellow countryman James Power taking on Gabriel Callas of Brazil. He's got a big fan favorite back in Canada, Charlie Brown, taking on Tizinho. They're in their first frame. It looks like they're on the green ball, and Tizinho is up 51 to 38 or 39. Just a little tough to see from my vantage point, but I'm hoping to keep the president of the Charlie Brown fan club updated, as she always likes to know how her boy is doing, so we're trying to do our best. We're really hoping that the cloud snooker could have happened here, as that really keeps updated scoring, but it does bring a lot of technology in there, a lot of tablets. But this is the first time we've been in Brazil for this great event, so can't put all our eggs in one basket to start. Baby steps, but the Brazilians have done a wonderful job down here. There's some good, strong players, I must admit. Not knowing many of them down here, you hear of Igor, Ettore Santos, Victor Sarkis, obviously, Victor over on the Pro Tour. That there are some good players, but there's some players down here that are really, really good shot makers that are quite unheard of. And hopefully we can see more of them as these great events travel around. We don't know where we're going to be in 2024. But do pay attention to the PABSA website. That's PABSA.org to find out where this great tournament will be next year. But still a lot of great tournament action here in the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship. Can James find a red to use as an aid to take that red into the top right corner? at that bottom red of the cluster. Certainly was trying. It might run just enough. Yeah, that black is going to cut off the potting angle. So it was a raise of the hand for James there. Kind of fluked a little bit of the safety, but sometimes there's these hit and hope shots. Oh, that opened up everything. Got to be creative, you know, using that red to come off and knock into that red that was sitting over the top right corner. Ouch. Oh, those do sting. Definitely worse than a bumblebee there. That's harsh. You know, the balls are quite open. There's an opportunity really to put a stranglehold on the frame. The side pocket just refuses that pink, so let's see what James can counter with. He's got to be mindful of the green. So maybe a trick loss there for James. Yeah, with these reds now spread out. Don't know if you're going to see some aggressive pot taking. Players are only going to take on shots where they're absolutely sure. Definitely their opponent could get started quite easily. So reds are spread out. Pink and blue are quite in the open and available. Just shaking the head, I don't think that. He's got the angle on that red that's close to the top right corner pocket. Everything else does have a bit of challenge. These two reds that are on the bulk side. Mid-range. Oh, he almost flipped that red into the top left. Nice opener. Good angle on the blue. Got the right side of the blue. It's always good to just maybe have a little walk around the table here, survey what you have to do. But then when it comes to the shot at hand, 100% concentration on the task at hand. Can't think of the next red. Maybe a bit pacey there. Escaped without much damage. He's going to come off this red by the right cushion with some bottom and get. He certainly tried to get behind more of that green. Table, is there a path for the shot to nothing with this red that's just left of the pink out there in the open? Looks like he's taking it on. Big shot. I think James wants to take that top left corner pocket home with him. It's been electric, firing in long pots into that choice pocket. Lots of good reds out in the open here. Blue and pink available. And you always got to be a couple shots ahead when you're walking and thinking. But now when he's down, it's all about this pink. Into his favorite pocket, of course. I know Charlie Brown and I are kidding around as there's two tables in here that are white in color, and Charlie being on this table quite a lot during the two championships. We're nicknaming this the Kirk Stevens table, as Kirk was famously known for wearing a all-white suit when he played on the Pro Tour. But I think I'm going to elevate that a little bit to that top left corner pocket being the James Power pocket. Just ran a little much. Wanted that to pull up a bit more. 14 break. Right there by James has catapulted him into a 22-9 lead in this second frame. A best-of-3 match. James is to take this frame and probably have a bit better of a day. Well, just had to go lapse in concentration there. As Gabriel cannoned into that black, giving James 7 more points. Yeah, surprisingly enough, down in this tropical paradise of Rio de Janeiro, we are experiencing some phenomenal snooker weather, as it has been rather overcast for the majority of the senior and open tournament so far. So there hasn't been a lot of distractions to go to the beach for the players. Just focus on the task at hand. Pow, pow, power. Knocking those long pots in. He's got the light-colored hair. Maybe he's channeling Neil Robertson, a very well-accomplished Australian player on the pro circuit. Makes long pots look like a walk in the park. Looks like he might be. Look at two-way shot there. Played it with an element of safe. Has left a gap here. This is a tempter, that's for sure, into the left middle. Ooh, looks like he's okay, but sometimes you got to think about that. Baiting your opponent into a shot that they're, they think they can make. They've made a lot in practice. It's amazing how things can change when you're on the match table. They're still battling it out in that first frame. Charlie Brown and Tizino. Tizino has a 54-38 lead. And it looks like they're on the brown there. So a 16-point difference and 22 on the table over there. Speaking of Brown, that's come to James' rescue there. That's a raise of the hand. Didn't mean to roll his cue ball there. But we have seen the ups and downs, obviously, of these more shorter format matches that are only at a max 3 frames. Could play the long plant here. There's been a fair amount of these short matches during the seniors event and the open that in the first frame it seems like one player's getting all the luck, but then it just turns back on the second and even potential third frame. And there's getting quite a party around that pink over there. I don't think that red by the bottom of the blue. Cut into the power pocket over there, the top left. And Gabriel just waiting. Here's a good shot at the youngster right there. Our good friend. 13 years old. Really well spoken. Just a polite young gentleman. He and his father are playing in this open tournament. Just nice to see. Always a warm smile as well when you come in to the room to see him. So. I must have misspoke as I got my commentary mixed up last night as Jason was playing Wellington Faria as his son is Eduardo Enrique. So Eduardo is the youngster. Know that name, Eduardo Enrique Faria. He is going to be, I think, a threat to be in the Brazilian snooker scene. Well, my great batch of detectives out there have let me know that it's 20 Celsius back in Ontario in Canada, and it is October, getting close to Halloween. So I guess the roles are reversed. So remember, everybody, don't litter, don't contribute to this climate change, the pollution. Pick up that wrapper. As yeah, it's always been pretty warm down here in Rio, but just the gray clouds and the rain are quite a surprising sight to the local Brazilians that we've been talking to. And obviously, myself and Charlie Brown, coming from Vancouver area, are all aware that it rains quite a lot there out on the west coast of Canada, and they've put the target on our heads, blaming us for this poor weather. So I'm pretty sure when we fly out of here next week, the sun will return and the peace will be restored in Brazil. Oh, James has got quite a shot here. Red, pink, red. Just can he get past that brown to make this miracle happen? It doesn't need to hit it that hard. You know, these tables are running really true on the bed. There has been a little issues here with cushions. Obviously, it's a sport where, you know, both players have to play on the same conditions. Sure, in golf, the hole is the same distance for all players, but players have different yardages and different ways of getting to par. But in snooker, it's 6 feet by 12 feet, 6 pockets, You know, whether it's a very thin cloth that makes it like a skating rink, or it's a shag carpet where the cushions are springer than a diving board, or as dead as a doorknob. Both players have to play on it, so good players will adapt. You know, they will always gripe, as we know that. How about that pink? Big fluke there. Hopefully things can rebound for Gabriel. Our referee just got a little excited with all the spinning around. It's great to see everybody's really helping out each other here. You know, James just electing that, you know, the pink spot's still available. Obviously, if it was covered, then referee Alvedo is correct to put it up on that blue spot, as that was the highest point value available, but none the case. The pink is wide open. It looks like that marathon frame with our good friend Charlie Brown and Tizino is over. The first frame is done. Tizino took that first frame, and they'll probably be showing frame 2 momentarily. Yeah, Tizino is definitely a tough customer. He made it all the way to the semifinals of the senior event. So will be tense for all you Charlie Brown fans. He's they do play a lot more on the 5x10 tables here down in Brazil, and Brazilians have told me Tizino is definitely a player to watch. And saying that he made the semifinals of the seniors, they were not lying to me. So 35-point lead here for James in this second frame, 45-10, 43 on. This red pretty much his frame ball. Not in a potting situation here. Probably get behind that black. A little too difficult, but didn't leave a pot on. Yeah, green's kind of got a nice little hiding spot up there. You know, there's potential obviously getting around from it, but with it not on its spot near that pocket, James or Gabriel could run and hide there as well with the brown and the yellow. A little small wall there. Oh, great pot. It's not only James that is putting long pots into this top left corner. Gabriel is doing a wonderful job too. Very clever there. Obviously he's up against it with trailing by 34 points and 35 on. Intelligent play to put James into a snooker, and hopefully he can get some points back. Also tough because it's so close to the pink, that red. Wow, that's tricky. I don't know if I like that. If he's trying to come off one cushions with some side, I almost feel like a 2-cushion escape might be a little bit better. Is a free ball. See, that's back where the balls were. Gabriel is going to get him to respot it. Just going to help out Oliveto. Better hit there. So that could have been really disastrous there for James. And do him a lot of work here, just trying to give you guys great commentary and doing a little bit of respawning for some reason. Yeah, on that transparency, like it seemed like it moved, but either way, it is definitely more up to the referee and the two players. They'll come to an agreement. So that red was James' frame ball. Always see so often when we come down to the colors and there's snookers required, players really start making the pots. So if this green goes down, I really don't see Gabriel coming back to the table. So 36 in it and 25 on. Gabriel needs 3 snookers. He's got 1. Shouldn't be a difficult escape for James, just has to be mindful of the pink and the black. Might have left his opponent in the snooker there. Well, there was a gap. Is there a gap there for James? And that's a concession right there. So James Power does the business there, takes that frame 2-0. That's something that he definitely needed. So handshakes for each other. Well, we haven't seen the last of Gabriel or James. We're just having a little discussion there, but like cooler heads are prevailing. So we will step aside, everybody, for a few short moments. I think our next match should be coming up at about 12 p.m. Brazilian time, so stay tuned for that. And if you need any updates on all the scoring, check out the CBBS link in the chat there. You'll see up-to-date scoring as they come in to the tournament director's hands, and he can update the websites. And we're looking forward to seeing you again for another great round-robin match here at the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championships. See you shortly. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship, live here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We're at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. David Burney is in the booth to guide you through our next round-robin match between Iate Clube from Canada and Rodrigo Weith from Brazil. Quick little update, because I know we've got some Charlie Brown fans tuning in. My extreme apologies. I was misled from the angle. I thought the score's a little different. So actually, Charlie Brown took the first frame over to Sênior, so he's up 1-0, and he's also up 38-4 in the second frame. So we'll see if Charlie can create a whitewash there, or Sênior can come back. And now that I know where the frame or the players are on the scoreboard, I can give you the right score as it's updated. But here we go, the Canadian to break off to get us started here. So Adil comes from the Toronto area. Made the trek all the way down here. That's great to see. And Rodrigo, a native Brazilian. Looks quite of a decorated player on his waistcoat. Lots of badges there. Definitely put your support for either player in the chat, as it's live and active here on the Channel 3 stream from CBBS. We've got 2 other channels, and our good friends are giving the Portuguese commentary to other great matches in this room. Deal at the table, looking strong, sporting a very fashionable red bow tie on the gray suit, the light colored shirt. His opponent Rodrigo has the rather lilac shirt and the black vest and pants. And just for everyone who's monitoring the score as well, that Rodrigo is on top of that scoreboard and Adil is on the bottom. That scoreboard that's on top of your screen right there. It's just getting started. First frame. Excited as you are. Don't know a lot about these players. Obviously, Adil coming from Canada, but he's in the Toronto area, as I'm from the West Coast out there in Vancouver. And with such a large country in Canada, we kind of just have those pockets. Hopefully someday, there can be some more money in this great game, that traveling and accommodations can be taken care of, so we can get some great players participating in all the wonderful tournaments back in Canada. He's left the starter here. Is that right? That's red that's closest to him to the right. Does he have a pathway for that into the middle pocket? Looks like he's refusing it, so it's not there. It's okay. Yeah, that's leaving the... Don't know if the deal can take that left red on the cushion, just get on the right side of it, clip off it, and bring his cue ball back into bulk, because the right side of the table is pretty tough to find a pathway back. He might be forced into taking a pot on. does, and pots it with authority. Which woke everybody up in the room with that one. Deal, just thinking he needed his little mini butts. Maybe play for the blue, but now thinking differently. Just got to be mindful of that red. Just thought about it at the last moment. Searching for that extra piece of equipment. And a lot of these players have all the tools of the trade in their cue case, the mini butt, the telescopic extension. It's hard to reach every corner of this table. These large 6x12s. Ooh, what a double kiss there. He's left an opener for Rodrigo. Just trying to bring that black out off that cushion. Unfortunately, that's not a great cannon into the pink, because that red to the right of it has covered the path into the middle pocket. Once again, cell phones going off. If you are in the Rio de Janeiro area, do want to come pay us a visit at the Yacht Club, we really appreciate that. Lots of great seats here available. Admission is free. Just one thing I ask you, if you can just put those cell phones to vibrate or just turn them off. Really had a lot of cell phones going off in the seniors and the beginning stages of this open tournament. And as much as there's a lot of coming and going, a lot of tables and actions, it still sometimes can be a little bit off-putting for the players. Good safe there, and starting to open up the reds. Black is in a tough spot, and pink is out of commission. So it's starting to get messy. We might be here for a while. Deal's got those three reds kind of out in the open. The one in the middle, he does have that into the corner, or the left middle. playing for the corner. That's one thing with these TV monitors, sometimes they can just be a little tricky with the angle. Hopefully as these tournaments grow in popularity and the budgets expand, you can get a few more cameras at the table. The CBBS team is doing a phenomenal job. All 6 tables are being recorded. We've got 3 that we're providing commentary on, 1 English and 2 Portuguese. Nominating the brown. Obviously English and Portuguese are different languages, but math is universal in numbers, so Rodrigo just holding up 4 fingers to acknowledge to our referee that he's taken on the brown, and to his opponent. Could have done without canning into that yellow, really deaden the pace of the cue ball. Very nice pot there. Very much like how Rodrigo was just kept himself down, didn't pop up quickly, pretty much waited for the cue ball to come almost all the way to back to bulk before he stood up from the shot. Good thing for all you newcomers or youngsters in the game, no one's telling you to get up. And getting up early, just as you're kind of delivering the cue through the cue ball, will make for an unfortunate finish. So. Once again, he's got a mid to long range shot, this red that's out in the open on the left side of the table. Just doesn't have a pathway in case he misses it. So he's going to elect that. Take off this red that's just below the blue, clip off it and come off the top cushion and the side cushion and get somewhere behind that green possibly. He broke down on a break of 9, but a good safety shot there. See what Adil can do. Doesn't have an opening just to clip off this red to the right of the pink. not out of the woods. He's left a red to the left middle. It's not the easiest shot in the world, but with the angle, we'll take him up for the blue. He's refusing that. He's just going to clip off the top of the two rights on the left cushion. Or something completely different. As blue covered the path for that red into the green pocket. Ooh, nice effort there. Trying to go red, black, red. But fortunate enough, the black has definitely come to his rescue and covered that path for an easy pocket for Adil. He's got a path to that red to the green pocket either. It's tough, obviously, being up against the cushion. Smart play. Played it at the pace that he wasn't going to gift Rodrigo that red into the top right. Rodrigo trying some big swerve here. He's thinking differently of that. Very dangerous shot. Just trying to think where. Almost maybe he was going to draw back off that red and kind of get to the top cushion. But unfortunately does not, so he's left an easy open here for Adil. Okay, just coming down to see if the pink goes past that black into the top left corner. Gets there. And he's going to need a lot of extensions. Inside the hole for the pink. Well, the pink could go in the top right corner. I think the blue will pass that red into the middle. Eyeing up the pink. Nicely done by the Canadian. That red up there near the yellow spot blocks the pathway for that red that's on the top of those like 3 in a row that are by the cue ball. So take this lower red of the 3 into the top left corner. Oh, no, just collecting a little bit of a safe, pushing another red up table. He might have been on the black after that red, but it was going to be a risky black going along the cushion. Good deal. That's this red below the pink into the left middle. Good pot, develop the pink nicely to put it in the same pot. And he's got some open reds as well. So let's see if Adele can make a profitable break here and maybe put his mark heavily on this first frame. Just needs short, compact shots here. I didn't want to cannon into that red, but fortunate enough he does have the blue into the middle. Got to keep his nerves about him. Doesn't want to jump too far ahead. It's a golden opportunity for a high run here. Want the cannon into the green, but fortunate enough the brown is there and he can take on. Not sure if he's going to play for the red by the green pocket or come off cushion and come back down table. just a bit much. Pink is covering the path for that red to the top left, but this red that he's closest to will go into the yellow pocket. So looking what he's playing for. Mid-range shot, a little difficult. But Adil is definitely finding some rhythm here. Just slowly and methodically taking off these reds. This is some good stuff by the Canadian. So the right side of the blue, just a little stun. Can take that red by the pink. Use pace and played it very nicely. He's got a little bit of an angle to delicate shot there. Hopefully you can be on the right angle for this red. To the top, or the middle pocket, I mean, on the right side. Or he might run through just a little bit depending on his angle, because there is a red open to the left middle as well. He's going to take this blue in the middle, come up for the red by the green pocket. Slowly running out of easy reds. But even the tough shots he's making look easy. So this has been a great 43 break and running for Adil. This red, in fact, is his frame ball. Wonderful. He's got a bit of an angle on the brown to come back down. That's what you got to do. You got to just keep your opponent in the chair. I've never seen a player win a snooker match while sitting in their chair. Just hit the wrong side of that brown. Does he have an angle? He does have an angle for this red closest to the top left. It's a tricky pot. But it's a little bit easier when you're 48 up and there's only 43 on the table. Green is safe as well. All the arrows pointing to looking to the Canadian to take this first frame of this match. Taking a look around, looks like Charlie Brown is up 53-41, I believe. They're in their second frame and they're on the green, on the colors. Oh, that red wasn't there on the open. That's a lovely shot. He's got his other red tight right behind that brown. Could be it for this frame. So it's a thin cut for that red into the middle. Don't know if he's got the pawn angle on that other red by the brown. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he just rolls behind the pink. Or maybe hits the pink and gets behind the blue. So Rodrigo taking a look at the table. He is going to come back to the table, but he's in a tough spot here, trailing by 49 points and 35 on. See if he misses this and succumbs 4 penalty points. I think that will be a concession. Obviously, snooker's required. It's not going to go back, so our referee not marking the cue ball. And so a free ball can be awarded there. Obviously, with a free ball, you cannot use your nominated free ball to lay a snooker. This is almost time. Unfortunately, it hurts so much, Rodrigo, but maybe just put this frame to bed and regroup and come back for frame 2. Yeah, 35 points are on the table. So you add that to the 10 for Rodrigo, that's 45. Then that difference would be 18. So that is looking like the 4 snooker fair. But that was definitely a ruling in the seniors. I don't know if that's carried over to the Open Championship. But it's so tough here. He's got to hit that red or just stay in the Balkan, because if he misses, another free ball is going to be awarded. So 5 points right there. Adil nominating the pink as his free ball. Try and pocket this pink slowly into the top left. Just head on the other side. Well, he was able to hit it there, but he's going to need a plenty number of snookers if he wants to get back in this frame. And that's a concession there. So the Canadian, Adil Quayam, takes the first frame over the Brazilian, Rodrigo Weith. We'll see what Rodrigo can do. Just excusing himself from the table. Going to have him a little pep talk. And he'll come back and hopefully he can make this an interesting one, as it's only a best-of-3 match. Just a quick little update while we break away. Charlie Brown is up 53-48. And they're on the brown on that table. So when we come back for frame 2 on our feature TV match, we'll have further updates on the Charlie Brown and Tizino match. we're back here with frame 2 between Canada's Iate Clube going against the Brazilian player Rodrigo Reith. Just an update. Zunio did get that second frame, and in the time crunch there, obviously they cannot start the decider as we need to get our batch of 12 p.m. matches going. So they will be taken off the table, and as soon as a table becomes available, they will be put on that table to commence their deciding frame. And just my apologies, obviously, on the ruling. There was that one red. Obviously, Rodrigo was able to play on continuously because that ruling of the 4 snookers needed only comes into play when they're on the colors. So, as much as I was thinking that Rodrigo should have conceded, he didn't have to. He could play on. But we'll see what he can do in this second frame, and hopefully tie up the Canadian and put a frame to the good for him. You know, it's kind of a slow start, but then all of a sudden Adim just found, or Adele I should say, found some fantastic form. A little pacey on that safety shot there by Adele. We'd like to have put his cue ball tight to the ball cushion. Yeah, the key with these short frame matches, the best of threes, when you get that first frame on, you definitely want to get the second one, get this match done and dusted. Don't want to give your opponent a glimmer of hope. But Rodrigo wants to stop the bleeding, wants to put a frame up there. Because, you know, when we go to a decider, it's almost anyone's game. A lot of pressure on deciders. Shots start to rattle in the jaws and not drop. Safeties become too heavy. Just mindful of that brown. It's good red. I think he's got a nice angle to get back up the table off this black. This is what Rodrigo needs to do when he gets in the colors. Needs to score heavily. We see that first frame. We knew Adele definitely knows his way around the table. Just as we say that, Rez rattles in the jaws. So, can Adil capitalize on that mistake? Blue's rather safe. Pink is a little tied up. Obviously black is right there in the open to the top left corner. Canada, that brown really took the momentum out of his cue ball to come up for that black. That much more difficult, but definitely played it with an element of safety to get his cue ball back up into the bulk area. The pawn he's taking on if he's going for it. Just don't know where the gap is for him to get back to bulk. Decent attempt. Obviously, he's going to be very nicely on the black. He's opening it up for choice of a couple of reds, or maybe just that top red of the three into the middle. He's got to hope that that green has come to his rescue and taken away the potting angle for that red into the left middle. Forcing Rodrigo to make a good safety shot here. Just got to clip off the red and come up enough that he doesn't leave that red out in the open in the middle of the table. All right with that. think possibly there is the pot angle for that red in the middle, but it's now a little thinner of a cut, so it just makes it that much more difficult. Ooh, you wanted that one. Just hit the horn and refused. Just a round of applause in the room as Igor Figueiredo has knocked in yet another century in this Open Championship. He had a few in the Seniors Championship as well. You can find his match on either camera 1 or 2. I'm not sure exactly which of our Brazilian team members are covering that with Portuguese commentary. Duel, very nice. On the pathway off the red. Coming back rather close to that bulk cushion. Making Rodrigo think about it. See, they say it's a thinking person's game, but sometimes you don't want to think too much. Very fortunate with that little flick on that red. Push that red tight to the other red that's closest to the cue ball, just to make it unpottable. That's how it standed. If it just white landed there flush, that red above the red would have been able to go into the top right corner. He popped out a red just to tempt Rodrigo into the side pocket. It's pretty thin. If you hit it at pace, it's really difficult. He's playing that definitely with safety in mind as he drew it back to try and get behind that little barrier of yellow and brown. But he's left an opportunity for Adil to clip off the right side of that red that's just above the pink, come off cushion, and could take his cue ball back to where he is right now. Ooh. This is going to go back. There was an opportunity there. Adil, pretty accomplished player. Haven't seen much of him out in Toronto, but you know, just looking at him in the last frame. Once he got in, he was just having a stroll in the park. So everybody working together here. Both players and the referee just wanting to get the correct spot, and I think there's a little bit of Portuguese going on there, and Adil is just smiling. It's like, hey, no fala Portuguese. He doesn't speak Portuguese, but go at a different route this one. Just containing safety. Got to look out for that pocket. Oh, just dropped. Thought it was going to pull up, but so often than not, we see that it looks like the cue ball is going to pull up just into the jaws of a pocket, and then it just has that one little more rotation. That goes in. So Rodrigo does have the opportunity to put his opponent back in. He could have shot from the tee or put in Adil. I don't know if I like this idea though. He's got this red out in the open in the middle of the table. Got a great opportunity, and he was bumming the brown or the green to see from this vantage point. So no harm nor foul, but Rodrigo, he's got a 17-point lead early on in this second frame, the frame that he needs to continue his hopes alive of winning the match. Going for the shot to nothing there. Just needed a little bit more pace, but the right idea. Taking that red to the top right corner, did have the path to bulk, just short of pace. Looks like Rodrigo might have the same idea. Just coming around to take a look at the angle. Definitely Rodrigo has got the look of a fierce competitor. Little tooth in, and where's that cue ball headed? Oh, fortunate enough it rattled in the jaw. Lift of the hand to apologize. The first frame kind of started off a little scrappy, and then Adil definitely found some form. Put up a nice 48 break. Surprised no one's taken that red by the pink, just cross doubling it to come up into the bulk area. You know, especially now there is a path for that cross double coming off the left cushion and shooting over. I just wonder if there is a fear of the double kiss just with the length there. Ooh. Not sure what if his plan was there. Be mindful going over all these balls. Doesn't want to have that cue hit any of them. It's like that brown goes through that gap there between the yellow and green. It looks like there is. It's tough obviously on the TV angle, just taking a look at the live table. Be nice if you could get this red and maybe put that blue into that yellow pocket. Bring it back into the middle of the table. So really the bolt colors aren't going to be of any help to him. Black's rather tied up. Pink is in a rather tricky potting position. Obviously there's certain places on the table that would make it elementary. More favor, get the blue down. It's always in the middle of the table, always an advantage to have it there. There we are. That pulled up just enough that he's got the right along the top cushion that's closest to the right top corner pocket to go in. Didn't want to take it on. Just going to take his points, run and hide. Could have gone a bit better cover on the green because he's left the kind of that arcing four reds near the top right corner, the leftmost one. He's got a good potential of a shot to nothing there. Didn't like it. Maybe he didn't see a path. Obviously it looked pretty good on our TV table, but at the actual table it's always a different story. And these players have the best vantage point in the house. They're right down on the table. Good safety shot there. pathway just to be able to hit this red by the right middle pocket. Looks like he does. Putting some bottom on it to draw it back into the bulk area. Got a very nice cue ball after that shot. Right to the bulk area. So Rodrigo with a 28 advantage in this frame. Well, Adil is leading the match 1-0, so an important one for Rodrigo, and we know how sometimes really important that can happen. As more often than not, if a player in this tournament or the senior tournament wins that second frame to force to the side, or more often than not, they do take the third frame and the match. So if the Canadian wants to win this match, he's going to have to climb back in it. He did a wonderful job in the first frame. So they're both tied at 10, and Adil came to the table and put together a break of 48. Some great break building there. Cuball has found bottom of a pocket again, so he's just coming over to take a look at the score. His deficit is increasing, but plenty of reds there. See the pathway. If he misses taking this red. Well, there was a path and it went directly into the top left corner pocket. But he's not left an easy opener. That's an important thing against this strong Canadian. Once he gets going, they can't stop that car. I wonder if Adil is going to try and take this red into the top right, put some bottom on it to screw back into the bulk area. So nice red. Could this get him going? Saw this in the previous frame. Run through this blue. He's looking at that red that's just below the and left of the pink, putting that into the top right corner. keep it on that pink. It's getting a little messy around the black spot, that's for sure. The black's tied up. It looks like the Charlie Brown and Tizinho match is going to resume. So they're just setting up that table. And we'll see what happens in that deciding frame of that match. But right here on our TV table, it's the Brazilian Rodrigo Weith leading the Canadian Adil Quayam in this frame 32-10. But the deal does have the lead in the match, one frame to the good for him. Messy at the top end of the table. You know, he might be here for a bit. He's got this red into the top left. It's going to have to probably come up a couple cushions to be on the blue. Just the one, but it's come short. So do some power on this shot to take the blue into the middle and come in and out of bulk. Doesn't want to cannon into the green or brown. Oh, unfortunate there. Those three in a row, those three little birds, the little red robins there. One on the left definitely should pass the pink. The angle he has, he can play it as a shot to nothing. This will come off the top cushion and should not cannon into any of the reds and come back up table. Can it open up a little bit more of those reds? Lucky that he's on, put his opponent rather close to the cushion, making that blue just, or that red near the middle pocket a little bit nervy. Nice shot there. Struck it confidently. Helped that it went in. Kind of developed a little reds. Those aren't really potable, but at least getting them off that cushion. It's got a pink. He's just looking for a little extra support. Looking for the rest. Ooh, pace on it. So more often than not with the, well experienced players, they think to get action on the ball you've got to hit it harder, but actually it really just comes down to great technique and just driving that cue through your cue ball with the correct amount of pace. And treat it to watching Igor make some great breaks, and if you watch him, it doesn't seem like he's hitting it that hard. He's just floating it through. This one might need a bit of pace if he opts for this red. It's going in the middle of that area, near the top right. See, looks like there's a bit of angle that he can get by that the red on the top cushion and come back to bulk for a shot to nothing. But we'll need pace, because if it's short of pace, there are a couple of reds that will go into either middle. He got lucky. Don't think he has. I think there is a path to this red right by the middle pocket. The problem is straight. You can just stun it right there and possibly be on the pink into the pocket he's queuing over. Liking that. It's just an easy starter for Rodrigo. Does have a 29-point lead, or a 19-point lead, my apologies. Goes a little bit more trickier, obviously worth a few more points. It's come down, just didn't come down enough for him to be on this red. Ouch. That hurts. That was a good trick ready to be had. So I'm just gonna grip off the leftmost. Trying to pot this one. That is definitely dangerous. Yeah, gave it a shot. Luckily had the pace that that red ball in the middle of the table wasn't an easy starter. Scrappy little second frame here at this 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship. Live here in Rio de Janeiro at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. Winner of this prestigious tournament will get a 2-year card on the pro circuit. Every snooker player's dream is to be in the big show. Someone's dream will become a reality on Sunday afternoon here at the Yacht Club. That match is scheduled for 2 p.m., but obviously definitely tune in on Sunday. Sometimes, matches flow fluidly. Some of them get stalled a little bit like this one that we've seen here. Just tough to get going a bit in the second frame. there's a lot of real estate that Adil needs to take there. I think there's rather sizable pocket with that top right one, with the ball that's just more out in the open. Did go for it and just didn't drop. Definitely could do to get some of the high value colors back on their spot. This blue is rather safe. We'll see if that has some importance later on. But black's really tied up. If you could, either player could get a red and get that pink back into position, that would help them out tremendously. And Adil has jumped up very quickly, wanted to take a look at the score, see that he potentially has a chance here. It's a thin cut to middle. Not traveling that far. About 3 feet with the object ball and another 16 inches with the cue ball. Definitely got into that and a little bit further than he thought. Negotiate this red and head over it, but this pink is on, and this will definitely help him if he can get it back to the spot. Opting just to play safe on the blue. So a lot of open colors in the bulk area and a tied up black in the business end. Still a tough one to gauge. Almost sometimes feel like, Rodrigo, why aren't you, maybe going for a few more shots, but I think he's a bit timid. That 48 break by Adil in the first frame. But no real player has really... no real player has really been potting with great consistency in this second frame, so I almost think it's kind of time to, take on a pot or two, get your arm going. Yeah, that's what, so we'll go back and forth with these safety battles at times, and just missing pots, you just gotta bring out the screwdriver and tighten a few bolts in the arm and in the mind and get your precision back. Seems like almost like a tussle in a basketball game where they're just swinging but not really doing much damage. Well, that's a shot. It's one way to do it. Maybe that'll kickstart him. Might be the fluke of the tournament, shall we say. Was he not intended, as Adil raised his hand. Let's throw around a bit more. He might be able to get by this green to the red right of the yellow with the angle. Clip it in the green pocket. Come back down table. Yeah, he was playing for the pink, but just a little too thin there. Now he's put that red in a dangerous spot there behind that brown. Thin cut on this red into the corner for Rodrigo. This has a potential of rattling the jaws and staying out. Definitely at that pace too. And it's at least kind of opened up the red into the top right, but it's a difficult pot. Yeah, it can be tricky sometimes just when you're not feeling it. Just kind of, you know, maybe sit in your chair, just have a moment away from the table, just kind of look into yourself, just have, you know, a few meditative thoughts. Don't focus on the table. When you hear your opponent misses, then regroup and come back, and hopefully you're coming back fresh, as both these players are really just struggling. I think it's just a prime example, as you can see, how tough this game is. You know, all of us are fans of the game. We tune into the pro circuit a lot, and you see them running centuries like pretty much they're ordering a cup of tea. You know, once they get in, the balls are quite effective. What these amateurs just show on a 6x12 table is an extremely tough, and it's a testament to those players and how much they practice. They just gave a little body English at the end there. Adil just willing that red to drop. It looked like it might have just hit a little horn and kicked out. All right. What do we have in store for the Canadian here? He's got a good angle on this black. To stun up for the red. That's down at this end of the table too. Tidy up that business. You've got a red that's sitting over the green pocket. But he can't get ahead of himself. He's got to focus on the business at hand at that one shot at a time. But it's good to kind of just look around, see what's happening. It's looking on our screen. It definitely looks tough that does that pass. Adil having a really good look. Just hit the cushion right before. Fortunately enough, he's blocked that, and he's also blocked the red by the green pocket, but there is red by the yellow pocket. I think the pink has come to his rescue as well there. Red down by the green pockets is unavailable to him. I almost think just a thin slice on that red by the top right corner. Push that out and maybe get his cue ball back to that same position so he blocks the path to the red by the green pocket. But nicely to the top cushion, that's for sure. Yeah, it's... I don't think this red will pass into the left middle. So good shot there by Adil. Oh, that's a thin cut to the top right corner. Looks like Adil fancies it. Nicely done there. He's going to have to use a lot of extension here. They'll just need the extension. It's a tough job being these referees. Obviously, you got to be very attentive. You can't get a break. You know, players have the chance to sit and stew in their table while their opponent's at the table. Obviously, when the frames come to conclusions, players can go off for a comfort break. The referee's got to reset the table and get prepared for the next frame. Well, I got a little break here, just going to update everybody because I know there's some Charlie Brown fans on our English stream. He is leading in his deciding frame 44-13. It looks like they have about 4 reds on the table. The black is up in the bulk area, so we'll do our best to keep you updated on that match as it progresses. They had to carry over. Unfortunately, they got into that time barrier. Because with these matches, they're scheduled for 2-hour time slots, and if a match goes and the decider would start after 90 minutes, that match is held over until the next open table. And all these players are aware. Well, they should be. We all know, playing snooker is fun, reading isn't. But it's a good idea to read all those rules or get a a friend or your manager or a partner just to read it over and make sure you're aware of everything. So that red is finally cleared up. Rodrigo has a pink to the middle. I can't see a shot here that he's going to take to develop these reds. Might come off the cushion, potentially have the one red more out in the open to the yellow pocket. And that red that's near the cushion isn't tight to the cushion, so just that little bit of space, it just makes it that much more difficult. So electing for the one that's more out in the open. Just electing to play safe with it. Charlie's actually put Tizino in a really tough snooker, so some penalty points are getting put towards the good for Charlie Brown, extending his lead 52-13. So 39 in it, and they have 59 on the table over on that other table. Here there's 9 points in it and 43 on the table, so I have a distinct feeling that we are going to be going down to the colors for sure. We'll just have to see what the point differential is when we get to that point. Ooh. Just tried to gently roll that in. The problem with the soft shot is if it doesn't go in, it kicks out and puts a brilliant opportunity for his opponent to get that red ball into the bottom of the right middle pocket. Pink and black are definitely available down table, which is the natural angle the cue ball will take after this red. Yeah, good shot there. Didn't have to hit it soft, didn't have to hit it hard, just had to hit it firm. Down to the final red with 1 point in it. Can Rodrigo put us to a decider, or can the Canadian seal the match with a frame victory here? Tense stuff here at the Rio Yacht Club, the 2023 Pan Am Open Snooker Championship. It's day 2 of this great championship. Round robin will conclude. Oh, wow, was that definitely a great effort there. Been phenomenal. Dill could have made it there. But it's day 2. Yeah, the round robin will climax tomorrow around midday. That will be followed by the first round of 16. and then the quarterfinals, and then come Sunday we'll have the semis and the finals as we conclude this wonderful tournament. Definitely take a look at CBBS's Instagram page. There's a link in their bio. You can click on there to find all the streams. We've got 2 Portuguese streams with great commentary there, and the English commentary that I'm providing to all you lovely people. And as well, there's a tab that you can click on and see results as they come in from this great tournament. And as well, there's the tab there that you can click on for the seniors event to see how that all transpired, as that came to a conclusion on Wednesday. I won't spoil it for anybody if they want to look at that sheet or look back at the great video. And the only really trouble ball here is going to be the blue, and wow. It's a nightmare shot there for Rodrigo. He has got to be furious with himself there. But just got to compose himself. Knows that he just needs one more chance. Shot is done. He can't do anything about it. See him over there, just his head in his hand. Rodrigo was let off. Adil could not make that yellow. Now it's his turn to start the ferocious fierceness in the mind. How is this happening? Both of them. Rather elementary yellow, but just with the pressure, anything can happen. And Rodrigo had to be smart there as well. You know, you can't just come back and take your frustrations on that yellow. You got to take a look, be smart, know that the yellow is there, but you got to get your shape on the green because you're going to need that. And up to the blue. A few deep breaths, really steadying himself, as you can see. He's got to push those emotions aside of what's happening in this frame, the ups and downs, and just focus. Take it one shot at a time. Feel for both these players just not finding it. Adil seems the one that's been able to handle it a little bit better. It really seems like he's checking his emotions, where there's a lot of emotion running through Rodrigo. But it's no surprise these Brazilians, very passionate people. Charlie Brown is up by 52 with 51 on the table in his match. So, and the black ball actually is in the bulk area, and a lot of the reds, the remaining one red is in the middle of the table, and the other 2 are down at the top end. So a little snooker radio there for you. Obviously, we don't have the pictures, but we have the voice. How can Adil calm his nerves and run out this match? He needs blue and pink. See, after this blue, it's going to be tough to be on the pink unless he draws it back nicely. It's a mid-range pot. Wow, great shot there. Is coming around. Might have just rolled a bit too much, but there's an opening to that middle. Calm your nerves, just trust your technique. Here for frame and match for the Canadian. Oh, it just missed. A sigh of relief for Rodrigo. This is when it gets really nervy. Do you or don't you take a pot on? Do you elect to go safe? So many thoughts swirling in your head. Obviously, when you're down on the shot, you've got to commit to just one. It's off the cushion a little bit. I don't know if that's straight on. That's a tough pot. Obviously, the Brazilian needs both pink and black, whereas Adil from Canada just needs the pink. Went for it there. I think he's going to be lucky. Well, yeah, he's got a cue ball close to the cushion. He's got a thin cut. Jeez, I'm almost liking 3 cushions to the side here. You know, this is a tough cut, definitely in this pressure situation. Did give it a go. Great shot selection there by Rodrigo. Really applaud him for that. You know, there's always that tempter just to force the issue. But knowing with the 3 cushions into the middle, if he is to miss the pot, at least he is going to be somewhat safe as long as he hit it at pace. Good thought there by Adil. Cross double. Is that straight on? Looks rather straight from our angle here. So Adil is going to be probably jacking up a little bit just to make sure he can stun it. Just does not want to fall that pink into the pocket. Makes it that much more difficult. Wow, what a shot. There it is. Frame and match. Holy cow. Equally impressive. The Brazilian acknowledging a match well played by Adil Quayum. Well, it was not the prettiest match that we've seen, but hey, a win is a win for the Canuck. he's happy with that, but I'm pretty sure we'll see Rodrigo again. He's an excellent batter, full of emotion. So, but we'll just take a little time to step over into snooker radio, shall we say. I don't have the pictures on the screen for the Charlie Brown match against Dizzinho, but we will take a look and see how that match comes to a climax. I do want to see the finish of it too before I jump off for lunch. And Charlie Smith make a great long red. He's now up. Oh, and there's a little tap on the handshakes there, so we're going to lunch pretty early, so Charlie takes that match 2-1. So Charlie Brown has 3 frame matches won, so that looks like he's definitely going to punch his card into the round, or not the round, the round of 16. He does have one more match to play, but definitely you got to think that with 3 matches to the good that he will move on. So he might be on the TV table a little bit later, but I'm going to step aside and grab some lunch. I employ you to do the same, or maybe some breakfast wherever you're tuning in. We're glad for all the viewership, and we will have another match coming up here on our TV table soon, and we'll hope to see you then. Take care, everybody. Good afternoon and boa tarde to you all out there. Welcome back to the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championships live here in Rio de Janeiro at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club in lovely Brazil. It's David Burney in the booth, navigating through this great matchup that we have in front of you. Two Brazilians going at it. Fabiano against Eden. Eden is set to break off wearing the blue outfit with a white shirt, and Fabiano has the rather cream colored shirt just sitting up in your left hand side of the screen. And we're underway with frame one, best of three matches. Best of three frames, I should say. One match, best of three frames. And this will be interesting as I am not aware of either of these players. I've seen myself come in all the way from Canada, but I've been impressed by these Brazilians. So these two players I haven't seen. So we'll see if they can just run away and just knock in tons like no tomorrow, or are they highly skilled in the tactical game, or are they just amateurs and they just love the game with all their heart. Time will tell. It's not a bad safety shot there by Fabiano. He's left a long cut here for Eden. Pick this into the top right and come around the backside, and wow, beautiful pot. Yeah, looks like Eden knows his way around the table. If you want any results, feel free to check out the CBBS link that they've put up on top of the chat there. You can click there and find all our streams. We have 2 streams in Portuguese, 1 in English, and as well there's a link there to find the list of all the updated scores of your favorite player, what group they're in, how they're faring in the tournaments as we're getting near the end of the round robin. It will climax tomorrow with the final matches around noon. And then that leads into the round of 16 to be followed by the quarterfinals, and then Championship Sunday comes on October 29th to find out who will get that 2-year pro card, every snooker player's dream. I gave that thin cut a run for its money. Unfortunately, wasn't able to convert, and he's left an opening red for Fabinho. These players have no stranger to potting, although Fabinho just wanted to pull up a little bit, be more on the right side of the blue. Got into it a bit too much. Maybe first range jitters, just some adrenaline is running through. Did pull to get in and out of bulk, that's for sure. Not contacting one of the bulk colors, but unfortunately didn't get the blue. And Eden just coming around, he's got that red on the left side of the table, those little 2. The left one does go into the left top pockets, corner pockets. And he would be on the blue, just needs to kind of roll through a little. It's nice to see that we've got some support in the chat room already. Even some people are cheering for Eden. That's good to hear. Definitely let us know who you're cheering for. If you got some favorites, put on that support in the chat. I'm pretty sure these players will hear it somehow through the Ethernet. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know. There's a lot of rules to this game, some ins and outs, so as much as you love the game, you might not know everything. I'll do my best to answer any of your questions. Apologies for a little crook of the angle. Someone had just bumped into it in our pre-game warm-up, and our good friend Antonio, who's doing a great job here in the media center, I think just as an excuse himself to go grab some lunch. So hopefully when he gets back in the room, we can kind of just tweak that a little bit. Needs to run a bit more. Able to come back up table off this green to the brown, the red that's by the brown. Oh, aggressive shot there. Liking that. He's going after this frame early on. Putting the pressure on, taking a nice blind cut on the green, opening up the black. Fabinho, look out. This is a great chance to score heavily. Just fully wasn't committed to it, just a little noise in the background got to him, so resets himself, gets up. Fortunate miss there. Eden's just got to be careful queuing over that brown and red. Unfortunately, it's not the blue a little safe. It's not tight to the cushion, but still it's always a nice saving grace that you can always kind of be amongst the reds down in the top end of the table. If you just run out of position, it's a nice saving grace to come back. For you watching at home, Fabinho's score is on top, so he has 11 and Eden has 9. Antonio's come back. It's been a little bit funny, this camera. Filipino having no trouble, definitely getting on with it and getting into it. That's a nice little stun run through shot there. Those are tough shots to master, that's for sure. Ooh. Tough miss, tough miss. I think he might have left this red on below the brown to the top right corner. Eden just a bit distracted as some more tournament officials are just trying to find another table, the extensions. Yeah, Eden was definitely looking promising in his little warm-up. He's really potting a lot of long balls, but practice is one thing, a match is completely different. Fabiano is just the better player right here. And they were telling me that there's a little kind of snooker club in the Yacht Club where they have a bunch of tables, and during the final of the seniors event it was just packed. Everyone was glued to the TV screens and watching it. Wonder if they knew that the live action was going about 500 meters away. I'm just looking at the scoreboard. Waiting for it to be updated, see where he stands at a 32-5 lead in this opening frame. Black, I think, should go through the path of the reds if he decided, but also got a nice little angle to run through to this black and run through again to be on the following red. Yeah, a little stun run through, wow. Benio, where you been all our lives? He doesn't really dilly-dally, he gets on with the business. Oh, is this the Brazilian Jimmy White here? Just a flurry of action. Just looks, gauges, gets down, and pots. Fabiano just, you know, just can't keep my eyes off him. He's just a flurry of pots. Wow. It's going to be over before you brew a cup of coffee. Mindful of those blue and green. I don't know if does he have an angle to come down for this red beneath the pink. He's going to run through for it. Well, he's definitely catapulted this frame to the snooker's required stage with the 45 break, leading 56-5. Wow. Piano is just packing him at lightning speed, giving Igor Figueiredo a run for his money. I think Eden just might want to get to the table and just, no, he's not going to just try and warm up his arm. He's just going to concede that frame. So first frame to Fabiano in lightning fast speed. Let's see, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a little quick break while they reset the frame, our referee, but we'll be right back with frame 2. Sorry about that, folks. We're just trying to get this camera. It's being a little bit of a funny business here. I think our tripod is just having some issues, but Fabiano is not having issues at all. He's coming in like a thunderbolt, that's for sure. Wow. I like the style. That's Fabiano. This red by the pink just does it go by. Yellow doesn't look like it does. So he's got a rather thinner cut on that red out to the open into the top right corner. I don't know if Eden knows what's hit him. If you got tickets to a local football game, if Botafogo is playing tonight, because Fabiano is just going through this frame and last frame at lightning pace. I think there's a pathway, obviously. Like if he can, he's going to take the black, very smart, but you know, obviously nice to get that yellow out of the way. But have no fear, Fabiano is here. Wow, this is great stuff here. Eden just hoping he can get some kind of chance. Fabian is just blowing through these reds at exponential pace. I'd like to get the stopwatch out here. I don't even think this match has been running for 20 minutes. I think the intermission between two frames has been longer than the frame times. You know, we apologize that our camera is a little Dutch angle there. It's just to appease our good friend. Oh, Fabiano. An uncharacteristic miss there. So he's left Eden in. Ooh, could have done with pulling up. He's left him a little high, making this black that much more difficult. Need the rest. Yeah, that was the problem with being high. And where's his white going? Oh. Sometimes it's just not your day. Fabiano, he just that look on his face, just determination. I wish we had the stats people on this as well. His potting percentage has got to be at least in the high 90s. Sorry, was mentioning something off table, but referee, keep focused. If you're not glued to the table, you're going to miss something. Fortunately, that pink has blocked that red in the opening here. This referee's just having just a little difficulty with the electronic scoreboard. We're appreciative of all the great help out here. Some of our referees are, wow. What else can you say but just brilliance? Fortunately, that came back, so he's a little out of shape, but I'd be surprised if he nails a color and gets back into prime position just the way he's potting. Well, he knows when to slow down and just play the delicate safe shot. Come on, you gotta be unbiased, referee. No thumbs up there. So 58 points in it, and 65 on the table. So Eden is not out of this frame just yet. Just needs to kind of breathe, maybe take a few laps around the table if he gets a chance. There he goes. He has an opportunity. Take a look around, Eden. Just slow, and you know your opponent is lightning fast. You just want to bring it into your speed. Obviously, not deliberately slow things down. That can be a foul if the referee feels like you're deliberately playing slow. It is a frame penalty, costly penalty for slow play. But there's no harm in walking around the table a few times there. Just catch your breath and take a look. As he missed that red, and he's just looking for any lifeline. He's drowning in quicksand over there. Eden needs that tree branch. It's even causing our tournament officials some hecticness because they're trying to keep up as best they can. So we're in the Snookers required stage. I think there's going to be handshakes pretty soon here. I don't even know if Eden knows what's hit him. Just misses that. No, there's 72 in it and 51 on the table. Obviously, there's no concession there because, well, no automatic mandatory concession. They only concede when there's 4 snookers needed to win and they're on the colors. But when reds are on the table, it's game on. Hey, Rick Marshall, thanks for tuning in. No problem. Hope you've been enjoying this frame. I know our camera is a little obscurio. I'm going to fix that at the climax of this match, but Fabiano has just been impressive. Lightning fast. Oh, and that's it there. He's going to retire. So Fabiano with a very impressive win there. And, well, we'll just wrap things up here. A great victory there, but Eden, hold tight. You know, I'm not sure where he stands in the standings, but hopefully he can mount a comeback on this next victory. But we will stand by. We're going to rejig our camera, and then we'll be hopefully coming back maybe within 45 minutes as players are told that they should be here maybe an hour before their scheduled match time, as they can maybe get on the table earlier, and we weren't expecting a lightning fast match there, with Fabiano being very victorious. So probably around 5 o'clock, check back with us. That's Brazilian time, so adjust your time clocks wherever you are, and we hope to see you soon. It's David Burney saying take care, everybody, and hope you're enjoying this great snooker entertainment here at the 2003 Pan American Open Snooker Championships. Hello and welcome back everybody to the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championships here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We're live at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. It's day 2 of this great tournament. 2 more days to go after this until we crown the champion. We've got an exciting match here, really filled with Latin flavor. I think there's going to be a lot of emotion going on here. Brazil's own Rodrigo Weith taking on Rigoberto Cardenas, or Cardenas. Apologies, gents. But referee John Talish is going to be at charge at the table, and David Burney's in the booth here providing the English commentary for you. And also we have other matches in play. Check out CBBS's Instagram page. There's also a link at the top of the chat there. You can find the other 2 streaming channels where our good friends Januero and Daniel are doing Portuguese commentary. And as well, there's a list of all the matches that are up to date. You can see where all your favorite players are in the group. And we've got Rodrigo to break off this best of 3 frames match and the round robin stage. And we're off and running. That's a good breakoff shot there by Rodrigo. One note, as we did see Rodrigo play earlier on the stream, maybe just wants to check his emotions. He was very emotional. I wonder if that just got in the way. Cardenas, of 3 Mexicans that traveled down here. So great to see that that country is well represented. Oh, well, it's early. Cardenas. Cardenas. Apologies. That's not how you want to start off a match, but you got to just wipe it away and know that it's early. 4 points. You still got 14 reds on the table, so. But that 4 points could be important when we get down to the climax of this frame. We'll see what happens. Cardenas with the striped blue shirt there and the blue vest at the table there. And you can see Rodrigo just sitting in his chair off table with some great insignia on his vest with the lilac shirt. Might. Long shot, but clipping off that red on the right side near the top right. Maybe there's an angle to get back here, but he's looking really aggressive. That's the problem with being aggressive sometimes. If you don't find that path back to bulk, you can be in a lot of trouble. That very nicely. I'm surprised he didn't take that other red. That maybe it just didn't go. Obviously tough by our camera angles. Sometimes we think a pot goes in, but when you look at a different angle, or I'm able to look at the table sometimes live, but our booth is right behind the top end of the table. But these players know the best angle, and also it's comfort level too. Sometimes we think that shot to take was not the right one that Rodrigo should have done. There seemed like there was a better red that he could have just rolled through and possibly been on the black. maybe you just didn't like it. If Rodrigo needed to hit it that hard. Yeah. The skill level definitely ranges throughout this tournament. Obviously, we're getting a predominant amount of Brazilian entrants, as we are in Rio. Did well to avoid that red on the left cushion. A lot of these players have opponents for the first time. I've talked about the philosophy of sometimes just, open up a bunch of reds and putting the pressure on your opponent to make a high run, because it can get nerve-wracking when you start to get 5, 6 balls if you're not used to it. But obviously, got to size your opponent. If you come across an opponent like an Igor Figueiredo, it's going to be lights out if you open up the bunch. As yesterday was a magical moment. He had 14 reds, actually 15 reds. It was on his 15th black. People are getting excited about the 147. All play stopped on every table. The crowd was as quiet as could be as Igor went for that final black to pursue himself to try and get a maximum, but the black was not to be. But plenty of tournament left, so when he gets into the balls, he does score heavily. So, as the great Jim Carrey said, you're telling me there's a chance? I think there is a chance that a maximum could happen at this tournament. There's been a good number of centuries in the Open and Seniors. The Senior was before this event. Igor won that, so he will be going to the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, England in early May to participate in the World Seniors Championship. He's the only player to win the double dip in this Pan American. I'm going to work on some verbiage for that, but he won the inaugural Seniors and Open in Houston, Texas back in 2019. Dennis is just waiting for Marco to finish up some work on the adjacent table. Marco and Cardenas definitely two of the bigger players, shall we say. But they're as gentle as a giant, that's for sure, these two. Most mind talking to Marco, see if he wants to be my bodyguard when I walk around Rio if I decide to. But haven't had much time. We've been really busy over here at the Yacht Club. Breaks down at 9 for Cardenas. So it's a tough game when you have 6 pockets, but definitely really tough when you narrow it down to 5, as that pink is blocking anything there, but definitely a simple pot. If a player is able to put a red down to the bottom of a pocket, Rodrigo's going to try and do that sooner than later. Nicely played. Didn't want to pop up too high and have the black blocking the angle to this rather elementary pink. Sean was happy he went out this afternoon and bought a nice pair of slick white gloves, hoping to do his refereeing abilities to the best of him. So a lot of great help behind the scenes here with the CBBS. And we have 6 tables here, and they've all been refereed from beginning to end. Just a fantastic family feeling that the CBBS is. Just wanting to continue to grow the game here in Brazil. They've got a lot of volunteers helping out with the refs, also the fellow Brazilian commentators doing it in Portuguese, tournament directors and statisticians that are putting together all the match results. It's great to see. I'm pretty sure Pedro, who is the boss, chefe of CBBS, kind of rallied up the troops. So we got a big event here. We're going to be on the world stage. Let's bring our A++ game. So yeah, that red in the middle of those 2 reds didn't look like it went there for Rodrigo, so electing for the bottom 3rd red. Dennis did go for that middle red. Heavy examination here by Rodrigo, just seeing if he can get his cue ball by that cue ball against, or the red ball against the cushion to put in that red. Doesn't look like it's there now, so he's looking to see maybe this red on the cushion just underpasses that red that's just off. That looks like what he's going for. It's tight to the cushions, can just roll it in and be on the black. Oh, just enough weight. See, just a firm pace. One on the black. This pink just a little bit more difficult. I'd say try and stun around there. Yeah. That was the problem there. Just a little tougher than the black. I mean, the black, he could have gone in firm and come off that cushion. Been on that kind of like open red. Cardenas might have gone for that. But it's a nice red there. A little annoyance with that red to go for the black, so probably going to opt for the pink in the side. Now maybe he has that open red. Just got to be mindful that if the pink goes down, it's going to go back on its spot. So you don't want to snooker yourself on that open red. That looks okay. Actually, talking with a few of these Mexicans, there's not much snooker really actually that goes down in Mexico. Most of them are 8-ball and 9-ball pool players, the little game. So it's great to see they made the journey down here, and you know, they're not picture perfect all the time, but definitely they know how to get down on the ball and go at the business. So they'll understand a bit of the tactical side, obviously. When they run out of position, will they try and force an issue? Or just run and hide? Pop by Ricardo. Rodrigo, I mean. There's no C in his name. Looks like he's probably going to go around the world with that pink. Well, popping out, smart play. Going for the blue, can stun down for the red. It's on the top cushion. Those two reds out in the middle, open of the table. He's got the leftmost one into the side. Nicely done. He's gave himself an angle. This red, just going to skid on the top. Hit the side and hopefully come up nicely onto the black. Almost danced a little bit of a fluke there, putting it in the middle. But I didn't think he really needed to hit it that hard. Finding that a lot with Rodrigo's game. I was able to commentate on his last match against the Canadian Adil Koyam. Yeah. But they're learning. They're all sponges down here. Players, referees, organizers. They just want to learn how to make a great package. Oh, Cardenas. Isn't the easiest pot in the world. There's no touching ball. Hasn't been awarded. Rodrigo actually just referee John Talise comes in and confirms no touching ball. In that instance, if it was a touching ball, the player can shoot away from the red. That touching acts as the first contact. Be a costly mistake here for Cardenas. The fortunate part is Rodrigo's got to make some clever shots. He pushed that red into the open, but there's some other reds that he needs to develop on that right cushion. Bad kiss, but still has made this red into the middle a little tougher. He's a bit pacey on his last shot. Yeah, that shot a bit more difficult, but I think he could have the snooker on that red going into the middle pocket. We'll see how Cardenas feels about it. He just needed to hit it with a bit more pace. So it hit a couple of cushions and has come out to a potential pot here for Rodrigo. Once again, did he need to hit it that hard? It's going to help his confidence a little. He's got a pink into the green pocket. He can stun into that and be on the red into the middle of the right side. A bit of top, not sure why he's wanting to run through there. He's just, stretching a little bit. First rule I ever learned of this game, don't stretch. An old-time player. If you stretch, you kind of get a little shaky. That shakes your backhand when you're just kind of trying to deliver the cue, straight line to your cue ball. Recovered all rightly there. Nice blue there. Still at the table. That's what counts. Can't win a frame of snooker when you're sitting in your seat. Asking the referee for the rest. Wow, look at that shot there. Great snooker there by the Mexican. Just missed it. That's wonderfully respotted there by referee John Talish. Doesn't even need to call on me for that overlay. As we can see there, all the balls back on their spots. And it'll be a second attempt for Rodrigo. Both players agree on the respot. And a much better hit the second time. And the green has, I think, helped them there. I don't think the potting angle might be, actually, there might be a little bit of open. Always tough to see on our monitors here. Definitely has the red into the green pocket. Tied at 34 in this first frame. Best of 3 match. Cardenas taking a look at the scoreboard. Good eyesight. I think you can just run through this green. The red will be on to the green pocket after this green, I think, finds the bottom of this middle red, or middle right pocket. Maybe that jet lag is finally setting in, who knows. It was quite a travel to get down here to Brazil, but all of us Canadians and Americans have really enjoyed the stay down here. Brazilians have welcomed us with open arms, made a lot of new friends for the years to come as the snooker community continues to grow in the world. And the Nothing Rodrigo can do but watch. No real trouble ball here. Cardenas just has to concentrate. Just when he's getting going. These corner pockets are tough on this table. Obviously, I've not seen many of the other tables in action. This is kind of the marquee streaming table for English commentary. Let's run a bit more. Well, he's not too happy with it, but I'll have to deal with it. Hopefully he can make a nice recovery shot and get this green into the middle pocket. As the brown is sitting there nicely by the yellow pocket. Very nice shot there. Yeah, black's not on its spot, but he doesn't need it. Just needs up to pink to take this first frame. Just got to take it nice and easy. Good side of the blue. Just kind of roll this in with a little bit of top. The natural angle is going to take him down. Pink for the frame. Well struck there. Oh, Rodrigo Wirth takes the first frame, the local Brazilian here, but he puts this in. Doesn't need it, inconsequential there, but one frame to the good for him. Let's see if he can continue on and maybe get a match-winning frame in the next one. But the Mexican Cardenas is wanting to stop the bleeding, and we'll be back with frame 2 right after this. And we're back with frame 2 with Cardenas from Mexico to break off. It's not too bad. There's a bit of a path that he can get to that red that's on the right side of the pack. Could have the angle to come off the top cushion and find the gap between those two reds. He does. That's a very nice flick off the green to get behind the brown. Cuts off the right side of the table. across a double. We'll be doubling it into the pocket, but hitting on the right side of this red. This could have done with a bit more pace. Don't think there's a plant there. He's having a good look at it. He's able to pop that in. Very nice eyes. I just gotta, circle around the table, make sure the plant is on. Rodrigo took good care of that. Found the gap there. But he might have left down a long red into the top left corner pocket. Maybe it's straight on, so that's why Rodrigo is refusing it. Let's see what Cardenas thinks of it. He's having a little look at it. First he's looking at the right side of the table. Well, he's getting into it. He likes the look of it. Very nice. Great long pot. Sometimes I think when we say great shot, it's because he's got the pot and he's got the color afterwards that's pretty elementary, but it's a great shot, a great pot on that red, I should say, because the pink has got some challenges, obviously, with this cue ball up against the cushion. That's what made it a bit difficult there. Rodrigo is going to need a little bit of extension. Reaches into his cue case to get the mini butt. So he wants to take that red on the right side that's closest to his cue ball. Take that into the top right and then just draw back a little bit so he can have that black into the top left. Definitely got into it, so. Yeah, sometimes we're used to, in places, the bird's eye view is a more acute angle, so it's really looking down so you can notice the angles. This does have a bit more space than it looks like on the TV screen, but trying to take the blue in the middle and break up the reds. Nice shot. Is he on something? You hope he is. Aggressive shot making like that deserves something, and he's got a red to the top right. He doesn't like it. Prefers this right in the middle to come back for the blue, and he is not going to go into the bottom of that right middle pocket, so that's good to see. Fortunately, he's not on the right angle of the blue, but he can float it in and kind of a mid-range red to the top right corner. So broke down a little there. Yeah, I ran on just a little too much, I think, on that blue that made that red into the top right just that much more difficult. It's nice to see these guys, the aggressive play. Just not sure of their full experience. Obviously, talking with our friends from Mexico, with them not having any snooker in there, I'm pretty sure they're just fans of watching it wherever they find live snooker. But in a country where it's not played, I wonder if they just are not fully aware of the tactical side that you need. You know, you can be a great potter, but sometimes, you know, you need to stretch those snooker and safety legs to be a complete player. Ooh. 'Cause, you know, sometimes pots are tough to come by. It's not as easy as on a pool table. Because I think when all of us do get into the game in the beginning, we want to pot balls. It's just a lot exciting, and you know, it seems like you're playing the game positively when you're putting balls into the pocket. Then somewhere down your snooker line, the devil will creep in and show you the wonderful world of playing snookers. Because definitely, potting ball is one thing, but taking your cue ball and clipping off, say, a red ball and bringing it right behind a ball color to leave your opponent in the snooker, it's not a nice thing to do, but it's an important thing to do in this game. Because they call it snooker, they don't call it pot balls. You gotta have all the tools in the box to play this game. But it's nice to see they have these two guys. It seems like, I would think, I'm not sure their experience level, but they don't go for everything, which is nice to see. They do discipline themselves a little bit with safe. So Rodrigo and Cardenas now are just kind of battling in a little safety exchange here. Ho, 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 ho. Just moved a little bit. Fortunately, with such a thin little snick on that red. A lot of pace on the cue ball. So it's come back and given Rodrigo an opportunity for a mid-range red. But he just couldn't convert. That's what you got to do when the opponent gives you at least a bit of a chance. You've got to punish him there. Put him back in his chair. Rack up a high run. Make him think about that one costly mistake over and over. It's a very big mental game, this game of snooker. There's many teachers, many different tools. You can hire a coach in your local area. I know the great Nick Barrow, he tours the world doing coaching clinics. Stephen Wright Stephen Feeney with his sight right. My apologies, Stephen, if you're listening. His sight right technique is starting to be adopted by many, many players. But you can get all that technique down cold, but it's really what's going on between the ears on the day. If you're sitting in your chair for 5-10 minutes as your opponent slowly racks up some points, you're going to be thinking twice as hard about that mistake that you made. Nice red. Looks like he's got a good angle on this brown to come back table. Decent attempt. Yeah, obviously there's no treasure if he was to take that red along the top cushion. Smart red to take, but unfortunately he's left it out for Cardenas. That miss. Cardenas has left Rodrigo with a red. Once again, did he need to hit it that hard? Cardenas just having a slowly getting back to the table. Let's shake off these two bad shots. He's got an option here. He just needs to put this red in and draw back. Pumped up a little too much for him. He's still got the blue and some open reds, so he could easily crawl back into the frame here. It's the one thing, black's kind of in a weird position. If this red passes the red and black, I think he's going to be eyeing that because the natural angle is going to take him up for the blue. And it looks on. Once again, these guys just seem sometimes they just put a little bit more pace than necessary. So referee John Talish reaching into his bag of tricks. The players have a lot of tools, but also the referee needs to have a ball marker for respotting balls. Also, cleaning balls is one of their tasks that the players can call them on. So yeah, usually the referees have a couple ball markers in there. Probably a coin, maybe a lucky charm or something like that in their gear. A shot there of one of our great staff behind the scenes, Antonio, really running a great media center there. Just wanted to make a nice shot there of John cleaning the cue ball. Obviously in a professional event you won't see this, but these Brazilians are just really thrilled with this event, thrilled that we've all come down. When we were at Jason Ferguson here earlier this morning, just to kick off the day. Everyone was full of smiles.
Your Instagram. What's your...
So we'll break down there for Rodrigo, but he's got a 23-point lead right now. But Reds are out in the open. No real color ball is in trouble. Well, the yellow and the green are definitely up table, but lots of Reds to be able to be taken with either black or blue. Ooh, that's the tough part. I think that's what they're going to learn. The more and more they play, it's so tough at the beginning. Sometimes, you want to power the shot as you feel that's where you'll get the action, but actually it rolls down to technique, and actually you don't really need to hit it hard to get some good cue action on your cue ball. But then sometimes when you just, you know that if you hit it gently, you're going to give the pocket that much hope to swallowing up your object ball. But if you're just to hit the jaws at the wrong spot, it's going to rattle in there and sit there, as that last shot by Cardenas did. And let's see if Rodrigo can punish him. So Cardenas just taking a look at the scoreboard. He's down, but he's definitely not out. So I think about that one, Cardenas. Possibly maybe the red below the black and to the left. Might be a potential shot, but you got to worry about the cannon obviously into that red on the right side of the table. There's quite an interesting landing area up there for sure. Wow. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, was he intending to do that? Rodrigo, I'm like, you're surprising me. But no, a little raise of a hand was acknowledgement of that. That was a little bit of a fluke plant there. Let's see. Still looking where he can carry on his break, but the seasoned player in this championship, if there's space, might roll behind the yellow or get tight to the green because there was space there. Smart move there. Hanging out with your buddies in the club. You might want to take on one of those bulk shots, just if it's a friendly, just to kind of see if you're able to make the shot and kind of what happens if you're kind of new to the game. But when you're playing in a round-robin match in a Pan American Open Snooker Championship, you don't want to take any due risk. And referee John Talish just looking, just in case it needs to be respotted. Oh. Maybe that can boost his confidence and get the wheels a turning. Nice to see all you tuning in the live chat. Come on, give your support. Brazil or Mexico, an international battle right here. And we've had 4 countries represented in this and the senior tournament. Obviously the host country, Brazil, a strong presence there by many Brazilian players. We've had a few from Mexico, and a few from America, and a few from Canada. But let's hopefully things can continue to grow, as there are a few more countries that are in the region of PABSA. It's PABSA, it stands for the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. You can definitely take a look at their website for any news at pabsa.org. I do know that the Dominican Republic actually has just joined PABSA, so that's good to see. If you go to the website, there'll be a list of all the countries that are in this, involved in this organization. Nice little smart shot there by Cardenas. You know, he got his 8 points. He didn't fancy anything else, so he decided to play safe. The problem is I don't think the safe was good enough. There's a long red into the top left. Just mindful of that green, Rodrigo. Yeah, just made it that pot just that much more difficult. I think he's okay with that one. His cue ball didn't bounce that far, but Rodrigo just going to try and get behind that green. There's a gap. Problem is, if he hits it thin, I'm just gonna. Just think he was a millimeter short of pace there. I think his cue ball will be able to travel by the red that it's close to. Yes, to have this red on below the black. Oh, Cardenas. And Rodrigo, ooh, this echoes of his last match in the second frame where both Rodrigo and Adil from Canada were just struggling to find form. It just seems like they were trying to knock out each other but just couldn't connect with any blows. I think he's unfortunate there. It's tough because he does have that red up table. It's out in the open, so you know, gotta find a good hiding spot. I don't think Cardenas got it there. More of a shot to nothing. Possibly here, that red that's near the black spot. Take that into the top left. Come back. But and Cardenas just scratching his head. Could be just thinking, this is a tough game. What have I got myself into? It might seem pretty easy on paper. You know, take a ball, hit another ball, and put it into a hole. Sounds pretty easy. Also, who has well thought of an idea of that in Q Sports? Obviously, we know that the Army officer Neville Chamberlain, back in 1875, in India, created this great game of snooker. But who would have thought to take a stick and use it to hit a ball, to hit another ball, and put it into a hole? Amazing how all sports originate, but we're happy that they did, because there's definitely nothing like live sport, especially in the game of snooker, where the twists and turns can happen so quickly. I've seen so many times when players have zoomed ahead in a frame, looking like they're in the driver's seat, and then they just made a costly error, and their player comes back and punishes them. Or an opponent puts a player in a fiendish snooker and a lot of penalty points get awarded. It's almost like a trip on the high seas. From this angle, it's thin on that red that isn't near the green pocket. Cleverly playing that one. Well, we can take this pink into the green pocket, come off the bulk cushion, have a better angle at that red than last time. So Rodrigo in the driver's seat in this frame, got to be mindful of that red. Just makes that pot just a hairline more difficult. Oh. Did have a look at that yellow. Oh, he plays the snooker on the brown. Very clever. I thought he might just kind of head up towards that yellow, come off the cushion, and nestle onto the yellow ball, but it's gone close to the brown. John Talese inspecting the table, just in case there needs to be a respot. And Rodrigo is going to put him back. So there is 43 on the table and 34 in it. So this can go back a few more times. That's the only time it won't get respotted. Is when we get into snooker's required stage. And John Talese just holding off Dennis. Just because he wanted to make sure the spot was just right. Cardenas is just missing. Just has to make a minor adjustment. So just, John is one of our more senior referees around here. Just coming to the table, I believe that Adil Quayum from Canada was a bit late to his scheduled start match, so they might be deducting him a frame, which is huge in these best of 3 matches.
Jaguar preto, placa RKS 0J02, está em local não permitido para não sócios. Yes or no? Um minutinho.
So this is his last attempt here. This will not be coming back. Just wanted to make sure everything was okay there, as John is doing a great job. How the score is right here. There's 43 on the table. Obviously, it's not a concession. The game isn't over, but the cue ball cannot go back into the rules. It's not a foul and a miss, as their snookers required. We're all working together. Oh. We're all helping out each other. Everyone's, they love the game of snooker down here in Brazil, but just got to be the mindset that foul and miss. Oh boy, there are always so many debates about that ruling. We could be here until I don't know. We could be here a very long time, shall we say, if we wanted to continue to debate foul and miss. So many people have their different opinions on it. Obviously, it was brought back into the game, I think maybe 40 on years ago, just because some players were intending to miss, and it was gaining them better position. So, decided to bring in the foul and miss, but that was on the professional level, as they're not expected to miss. But athletes are always looking for that little edge of how they can better themselves. So I just had to step away from the booth and just kind of make sure referee John Talish was aware of that. And sometimes he gets wrapped up, there's a lot of things going on. John is a sponge, I must admit. He is a great guy. We've been sharing some great laughs off the table, but he's always telling me, Dave, just let me know if you see anything. How am I doing? I just want to be the best referee I can be. So in that case, I just wanted to make him aware that it's only a foul, not a miss. And on closer inspection, he agreed. Got a few other officials on the Portuguese side to take a look. And both players understood what was going on and continued to play on. One little caveat, obviously, to that rule, in this tournament especially, is when they're on the colors. If there's no reds on the table and they need more than 4 snookers to win, then it's a frame concession. But this is looking quite promising for Rodrigo to take this frame and match. Leading by 57 with 35 on. There are kind of incidents sometimes, it's tough to lose, but sometimes you just got to lick your wounds and know you've come up against a better player. But that's a good hit by Gardinas. Good hit, but he has left the red on, a long red to the yellow pocket. Referee John Talish just taking a look at it. There's 46 in it, and there's 27 points on the table. So that is a different, that's going to be concession. So John Talish just letting him know. So Ricardo Reith defeats the Mexican Cardeas by a frame line of 2-0. Nice to see that Ricardo can get a match there, as he was kind of up against it against the Canadian in his last match. Lots of emotion, but we got to really give appreciation for these Mexicans coming all the way. They don't play a lot of snooker, but they grabbed the bull by the horns, came down here, and they're enjoying themselves. So hopefully very soon we can get our final match of the night going down. It looks like David Menina from Mexico is going to be coming up against Charlie Brown, I believe. I will confirm that with our tournament scheduling directors. But that does look like the last of the English-speaking matches that we have this evening. So hopefully we should be setting that up maybe in 30 minutes' time. Do tune back or just keep the stream running. And when you hear my voice come back, that means it's going to be game on, or I can give you an update when I see both players in the room. So thanks for joining us at the 2023 Pan American Open Snooker Championship, and we'll be right back with our final match. Good evening and boa noche, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the Pan American Open Snooker Championship live here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. A great match to close out our day here on the English commentary stream. We've got Charlie Brown coming from Canada and David Medina all the way from Mexico, so a North American battle to finish us off. David Burney is in the booth, ready to guide you through this match. It's probably going to be filled with lots of ups and downs and all-arounds. Charlie has 3 matches to the good, so he's definitely on his way into the knockout phase of this tournament, but definitely would like to go 4-0. That's what he's hoping for. Can take that, he'll probably sleep a little easier and be able to rest a little bit, as we do have a couple of round robin matches to finish off tomorrow at 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. 10 a.m. that's when we're going to be going live Brazilian time, so make sure you knock that down. And they do like to put either Canadians or Americans on this stream. It could be James Power against Fabinho. If anyone tuned in to that Fabinho match a few hours ago, well, it was impressive, to say the least. I think the whole match was about half an hour. Fabinho just knows what to do and just gets into it, and is just phenomenal. So, my good friend, I can't remember what this gentleman's name is, but referee, he's done the business. Charlie's won the toss. He will break off. Best of 3. Let's see what happens here. You can find out all the information you need if you click on the link that's included in the live chat stream there. And if you have any comments or questions, feel free to shoot it our way, and let us know where you're tuning in from. Jason Ferguson, the head of the WPBSA, is in town, and he was just extremely thrilled to see what has been happening here in Brazil with this great game of snooker, as he acknowledged that, yeah, we've got to get away from this Britain-centric kind of game. It is global. Obviously, it is quite big in China. And this is a pretty impressive start by the Mexican. We're informed, obviously, that they don't play a lot of snooker down in Mexico, or I guess up in Mexico. I apologize, I'm used to obviously commentating on events in Canada or the US, and usually Mexico is the south there. But being in Brazil, they're a bit north of us. So, impressive start here. Take a look at that bridge. You don't see that much in the game of snooker usually. The closed loop bridge. Sometimes it does come out from time to time, but Medina using it religiously. Pretty much every shot he's taking it on. Unfortunately on that blue, he's snookered himself. But lots of reds there, so I can just roll up there, and Charlie's not going to get a chance to respond. Charlie will have to put his cue ball back into the bulk area, hopefully tie up. Nice cue ball. Could have been just a bit slower, just to tight to the cushion, but Actually, Medina actually has just 2 losses, so he's playing for pride here. He'd also be playing to be spoiler. Ooh. It's a bit unfortunate there. And there he goes. He's up against the cushion. Has a bit more traditional bridge there. But hey, whatever works, whatever makes you feel comfortable. It's Friday night in Rio, so it's getting pretty excited around these parts, that's for sure. There's definitely some few parties going on here at the Yacht Club, so if you want to come and check out some great snooker, it's in the room. And maybe when the climax of the evening comes, you can join the festivities. Both these players can't get distracted by extracurricular activities. They've got to focus on the task at hand. What was the danger with that shot there? If he's missing it, he's leaving Charlie in for an easy starter. Should be able to come up table a little bit off this. Right to the left, or maybe it just doesn't pass. Okay, I guess he's just looking at possible position of seeing where he needs to be. What awkward bridging is that red ball is hampering him. As you can see, his bridge is in his normal bridge there. Was up against long distance between bridge hand and the tip of the cue. Yeah, as much as Medina came up, and he looked strong. He's getting. Really came out of the gates running full ahead. But it's not a sprint, it's more of a marathon. The tortoise and the hare, and aptly parallel to snooker. If you're sprinting around, more often than not, you're probably going to burn out. If you slowly, methodically work your way through the table, you're more often to be victorious than not. Didn't get a favorable kiss on that pink. Nicely judged there by Charlie. There might be a little bit of a gap, potentially, between the green and blue, but that nicely brown off the cushion blocked anything on the left side. Needs some pace. He's left Charlie a mid to long range red into the left top corner. Once again, just a little funny with his bridge hand. That brown is there. It's not going to be great there. It's with it just a little too thin. Well, it might be fortunate they rolled quite a while. Looked like it was going to be an easy starter into the right middle for Charlie. Now, this bit of angle makes it a bit more difficult. Could possibly come up for the blue. There's that. Green is a nice stopper. And severe of a angle on the brown. Take this green into its own pocket. Come back down table. That red is rather in line with the between the blue and pink spot. Thought he might be aiming for that, but maybe just had a. It's always tough to see at these camera angles that we have. Obviously, when we just have the one bird's eye view, tough to know all the angles. These players definitely do because they've got the best view right there at the table. But as these tournaments continue to grow in popularity, I'm thinking in the future definitely we will be able to have more cameras covering the action, getting directors into the booth so they can cut back and forth to the various camera angles and give even a better production to all the viewing audience. But we're really glad that you're all tuning in wherever you find us in the world. Well played there, Mr. Brown. Gone into that red nicely and has come back. See, even our cameras get a little tired from time to time. But they don't have people behind them. Sometimes they're good friends at the CBBS. They just put them on autofocus. Sometimes that autofocus just focuses on the wrong thing. But they've held up nicely, that's for sure. They've been working hard. Did 4 days of a senior tournament, kind of reaching the climax of day 2. And we also have 2 more days to go to find out who's going to get that 2-year pro card. Lots of great players in this tournament, but there can only be one winner. Just taking a peek to see if that yellow goes. Nice little stun run through. Those shots are so difficult. Charlie made it look easy there. You know, you want to run into your object ball, get the cue ball stunning just ever so much, and then just roll a few inches. Stun runs and stun draws. Tricky shots. But then draws and follow-through shots can be tricky as well. So obviously a lot of people can get into the ball and really follow that object ball or draw away from it, but the important point is you need to know the weight to get off your object ball to draw or follow through on the next object ball. You see with great players like Charlie, like Igor Figueiredo, Itoro Santos, Fabian, they don't take wild long shots. It's all these short compact shots, you know, small little stun screws and follow throughs. Still posing a problem there. It looks like he has a nice gap between these two reds to play on the pink. Not only the players have to concentrate, our referees do as well. Long days for them as well. Great team, helping out tremendously. 6 tables have been in action the past 2 days, as it's getting to the climax. We're running through a lot of round robin matches, and we've got referees at each table, so they got to be on, they got to concentrate. Certainly has been looking at that yellow a lot. Just wishing it could be in a potable position, but I still don't think it's there. Maybe it can go here. Finally, he can clear it off that red. Take that red that's just right at the pink, directly there, not the one that's below it. Play it with a little bit of stun. Decide to run up. It's a delicate shot there for sure. If you're not feeling it, obviously, play the shot that you're comfortable with. It's a game of percentages. You want to take the high percentage shot, obviously, over the lower. This red will find the bottom of the top right. You can come off the cushion beyond the pink. Just drew it back and got a nice stopper. with that red. Well, he's in the groove here. Oh, he's been referee just confirming. Obviously the pink spot was covered. I guess black is just a little fractionally off of it, and yes, it does. Like potentially that's in line with the brown. But a little awkward bridging here for Charlie. It's a good shot here to continue the break. So just breaks down on 39, but still 52 to 14 point advantage for Charlie is not too bad. Let's see if Medina hasn't got too cold sitting for a while. Came out of the gates running. There's a great look at that bridge. Wow. Oh, an excellent safety shot right there. Nice little kiss. But he has left this red into the right middle, and it's going to come up table. Ooh, Medina. So there's a potential of coming off a couple cushions and finding its way near behind that blue. Just a bit pacey, but still it looks like he's got the snooker. Referee coming over to put those trusty ball markers that each referee is equipped with for respotting the white. Medina was able to get out of that snooker, but valiant effort on a long red. Just rattled in the jaws and was refused. Yeah, both players got to play with these corner pockets, and Medina finding it a little frustrating as well. His red didn't find the bottom of that top right corner pocket, so advantage back to brown. Yeah, didn't need to hit that red as hard as the last one. Oh, and he's learning. Most times we've seen our North American players reach up at the bulkhead expecting to get a rest, but they're surprised when they pull out a spider. Charlie's frame ball there. It's 46 in it and 43 on the table, so Medina does need a snooker. Yeah, I think Charlie wanted to kill off the frame there, not let Medina come back to the table. Because with the one red, there is always a potential of a free ball. The referee's got to eye that pink, just as Medina was queuing over it. Just didn't travel too far, or didn't pull up short enough. So Charlie, just having a glance at the scoreboard, knows that his opponent just needs just the one snooker. Yeah, Charlie can't get too careless here. Could do with knocking possibly a yellow or green safe to the side cushion. That would help out his cause. It's just going to be short of a trick there for Medina. Brown is not in the way of Charlie Brown. Great long pot there. That should be a frame clincher right there. Yeah, the pots are become that much easier when snookers are required. Yeah, 44 in it and 25 on the table, and that might just diminish a little bit more here. That might be the color ball concession here. Let's take a look at it as we total things up. 44, 25. Difference of that is 19. So that is a concession by tournament rule. I think the referee is just having a conference with another referee just to clarify it. Yeah. Always important to read those tournament rules. Players and referees and commentators, I got to be well versed in them too, because sometimes they're all a little bit different in the amateur game. Again, just trying to get a little bit of clarification on it. All Charlie needs to do is really just push that object ball, that green ball, just over the pocket.
Finish. Charlie, finish, Charlie.
There you go, that is the proper ruling. I was wondering about that. So yeah, Charlie Brown gets out on that concession rule there when they're on the colors. If there's more than 4 snookers needed to win, then it's automatic concession. Just helps move along the tournament a bit more swiftly, as some players are new to the game of snooker down here in South America. And some don't know that there is the etiquette, you know, when you're just so far out of reach that a concession happens. So Charlie Brown takes that first frame in this best-of-3 match. He's 1 frame away from winning the match and winning his group. So we'll see what happens when we commence with frame 2 in a few short moments. And Charlie's come back to the table. Just had a little comfort break in between frames. Definitely allowed. But these referees have got to be on it a little bit. Sometimes players can abuse that comfort break. You know, can't be always on the player's time. You know, we schedule some matches. They do have a roll-on, roll-off philosophy in this championship. So matches are have their schedule, but they have told the players sometimes maybe arrive an hour before the scheduled time, just in case they can get on the table earlier. It's always a battle against the clock because this game of snooker can be very unpredictable. As we saw with Fabinho, he was just lightning fast, finished his match in half an hour earlier today. And then some matches get tied up, and they actually, the ruling in these round robins is if they commence a decider after 90 minutes of match time, that decider does not go, and they are taken off the table to get the next match going and then brought back. But with the last matches of the day here, this one will definitely see its to conclusion. It won't be taken off, and there again is the creativity that you need in this game. Nice try. He's using a lot of tools there, and he almost got pocket. So, but unfortunately, he's left it on for Medina. Let's see if Medina can come out of the gate strong and continue to go in. He's very impressive in the beginning. I think Some of the Charlie Brown supporters out there on the stream were holding their breath a little bit. As like, who is this guy from Mexico? But then the gas just ran out of the tank, kind of like right there. Charlie was able to compound on the mistakes led by Medina and take a easy first frame, as it was a concession with the 4 snooker ruling when we're on the colors. And here we go again. Good opening red. Got blue, he can roll into the middle. That open red on the left side of the pack. It starts to get a little bit messy. Obviously you can roll through for that red B on the black. You could get really low on the black and possibly take it on in such a way that he hits the top side of the black into that top left right corner and then comes off the cushion and cannons into the bunch and hopefully makes a nice spread. Is there anything in the bunch there that might be able to come on just because he's got the pink as well into the middle, but he might not. I'm not sure if he can get by that pack, but is he lucky? First glance, it's going to be a mid-range pot. He's going to continue the break. We talk about that you need a lot of skill in this game, great technique. The mental part is there, but every so often there's a trace of luck that needs to happen. That's a nice recovery shot there by Charlie. Yeah, see it so often than not, amateur and professional game, when they go into the pack, sometimes things just don't work out for the player. Sometimes they do, so things can happen on the snooker table. I don't think that red to the left of the black is hindering him to go into the left top corner. But really with that red that he's close to on the right, just kind of deadens the pace if he's electing to take it on the top right. So I think he's going to be, he's got those 4 kind of in a strange little row. Looks like he might have the second from the bottom to take on. He might be able to just clip up that red that's above it in such a fashion that he can be on the black for the opposite top corner. Played it back to draw to give himself on the pink and to the side. Just a little stun. playing with some power to get back down in and out of bulk. Another impressive break Charlie is having. 31 and building. Just don't know if he has the angle here to come up for the blue. That red blocks the path for the pink. Yeah, Charlie had a quick glance, doesn't go. But with the brown safely on the right side, there's such a nice bigger area. They can go in and out of bulk off this blue and not cannon into a bulk color, so that's a sigh of relief for the brown supporters. You gotta get the pots first. That's the tough part there, yeah. Pot 32 break. It's built up a 32-7 lead. Also, you would love to have just cleaned up there and finished the frame and got into his Friday night. So if Charlie is to take this frame and match, he'll win the group. That will give him roughly a 2 p.m. start time, or maybe even a 5 p.m. start time tomorrow, as that's when the batches of the round of 16 start. So Charlie is getting his wish that he won't have any more early morning matches unless he makes the semi-final, because that starts at 10 a.m. Brazilian time on Sunday. I don't know who's spreading the rumor about these Mexicans that they don't play snooker in that country. Must watch a lot of it because they're pretty impressive. On that night, Medina breaks down, but that's probably maybe why they don't play it there. He only had a few nice shots, but I think this is going to be great experiences for our friends from Mexico. Coming down, seeing what the caliber is in Brazil, and hopefully they can make their way up to next year's event, wherever that is in the Americas. Definitely take a look at PABSA's website at PABSA.org, PABSA.org, to find out. I'm not sure exactly when that announcement will be made. I was talking to President Ajay Pradhakar when we had some downtime, and he said, unfortunately, we won't be making the announcement during this tournament, but that will be happening soon. I've got a lot of things in the works, some big tournaments coming up stateside and also up in Canada. Definitely having Jason Ferguson kick off the day today was definitely a feather in the PABSA hat for Ajay for sure. So we're all doing our bit, working together to grow this game. I've had lots of fun with the Brazilians down here. Great group of people working for the CBBS. Don't walk too soon, Charlie Brown. He was ready to jump on over and clean up his business with the black, but that red just was refused. Yeah, going back to that other statement I meant about these Mexicans not playing snooker, they've got to be somewhat aware of the game, as Medina was very mindful going over that blue, didn't want to touch it at all. So Charlie Brown with a 31-point lead, 51 points on the table. So still many points for Medina to get back into this frame and put us into a decider. But it definitely is tough. Some of these more veteran players, and Charlie definitely has been around the game for quite a while. When they have a strong lead, they really don't like to give it up. They got to force their opponent to make something, make a difficult red, get on a color, and then start developing things and do the work their own. They're not going to be gifted points, that's for sure. Just could have done with a couple more inches and got behind that yellow. That's living and learning. We saw that in the last match that was televised. We had another Mexican player on the stream, Cardenas, who sometimes was rolling his reds on and just not realizing sometimes if he's just to miss ever so slightly that they rattle a little bit in the jaw and spit out and are in a very easy potable position. So that wasn't that easy. Always looks a little different on the TV screen than it does in real life. Definitely when you're down on the shot as well. With a lot of come-ins and goings, you got to just really push aside those distractions. Mentally transport yourself to your practice room. Having a good time, not wanting to think that you're in one of the biggest international championships in the Pan Americans. And there goes Medina to the traditional bridge there. Does like to jump back and forth from a looped finger bridge. I think it's fortunate that's just kicked out to be Charlie was made with that thin cut, I think, someone should pick up his tab in the dining room. I was planning on using that red for a big pocket, but didn't plan to do it that way. Ooh. Yeah, sometimes you get the flukes, and sometimes, so that kind of evened it out, I think, a little bit there for Medina. He might have been feeling a little unfortunate that Charlie had fluked that red in, but then the black going in off the black, or the white going in off the black. So costly 7 points in penalty points. Well, 24 in this frame. Charlie ahead, 35 on the table. He's in a snooker. brown, blue. Rather safe. That's a good hit there by Charlie. Well played. You know, he hit it in such a fashion that, you know, if he hit square on coming off that side cushion, he would have left a rather relatively easy pot for Medina into the middle pocket. But how Charlie hit it, he left it tough, long pot, so it forced Medina to play safe. Oh, played that with some check signing. Trying to maybe get behind that yellow. Mid long range pot here for Medina. It's got to be careful. He's queuing over that yellow. Yeah, I didn't think he was going to take it on. Decent cue ball. It's not tight to the bulk cushion, so would have preferred to have that. You know, potentially a chance for Charlie to take this long red on. Not for Mr. Brown, not for the veteran of the game. Wow, look at that. Referee just come and take a look. There is no snooker, but it is tight to the bulk cushion. The queuing down, doesn't want to put any unwanted side on it. Did all right not to do that. I don't know if this red go to the left middle. As if not, Charlie's probably just going to roll it to the green. Ooh. But he did find that top left corner. So the Mexican is surely in trouble here. I think this one is done and dusted. 33 lead for Charlie Brown, 25 on the table. Let's breathe a little bit more easier. Slice of a brown. Into the side. Tried to put that blue in. Maybe taking a look at the referee. We're in another concession time there, but that's probably going to do it right there. That looks like a thin cut that Charlie can put in there. There's the concession there. So Charlie Brown with that frame win, he gets the match victory. He gets the top of the group. He'll be back in action tomorrow a little later in the afternoon as he's into the knockout phase of this Pan American Open Snooker Championship here in Rio de Janeiro. Medina, I don't think he's going to be moving on to the knockout round. He has a couple losses in his column, but really appreciate them making the trip. The three Mexicans that came down, the three amigos. I hope to see them again in future events as they're a really nice bunch of guys, and we're glad that they made the trek down there. So that's going to be it for us on day 2 of this championship down here at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. We appreciate all your viewership throughout the day, but don't forget to tune us in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Brazilian time, so adjust your clocks wherever you find this in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow. Boa noche, a good evening everybody. It's David Burney signing off. Take care.